I mean, are you though? Are you actually cold-blooded?
I don't know. Are we cold-blooded? Live now. It's happening now.
I'm about to say we're not cold-blooded.
Everybody
Cold-blooded.
What is happening? Everybody, it's the second episode of Scoured Stars. Welcome to Paizo's Twitch. We are gonna play through another Starfinder Society scenario. We're cold-blooded. We're here in space. It's time. I'm completely off track now, thanks to the singing coming from the peanut gallery. It's time for the players. Let's talk to them. They're here. They're with me. Oh goodness. I don't know why it just completely threw me off. I had a smooth sailing intro, and then cold-blooded got me. It's all B-Day's fault.
Jim, you will see there is nothing I cannot take from you, Jim.
There is nothing I take from you. I like it. You know what? I'm up for the challenge. Next time I'll be ready. Not this time. You know, the first episode of Scoured Stars, we went through. You guys, brand new recruits for the Starfinder Society. You went through. You actually got to meet a couple members of leaders of different factions of the Starfinder Society. There are different branches of the Starfinder Society that do different things. And one of the questions that I've been mulling over is sort of which faction do you think your character would actually want to join in the society? Because you're all a crew, but you can actually work for the different faction heads. We met Radazam, the head of the Acquisitives. They're like the PR arm of the society. They're concerned with the proliferation and upholding the reputation of the Starfinder Society, fame, glory, all that good stuff. There's the Data Files. You met Historia 7, leader of the Data Files. They are primarily concerned with gathering all of the data, all of the information, especially secret data that nobody's supposed to get to. If you're not supposed to know it, the Data Files want to know it. You got to deal with them a little bit last week. You also got to deal with the Exo Guardians. They're the muscle for the society. They probably have the most straightforward mandate, which is just exterminate alien menaces that threaten the society and make sure everybody knows not to mess with the society too much because they pack a punch. And then there was the faction that we actually didn't get to meet, led by a Yasuki named Fitch, and that is the Wayfinders. And the Wayfinders, it's all about explore. Go find new places. Go further than anybody has ever gone before. Find new places. That's the Wayfinders thing. Then there's also the Second Seekers. They are actually, their whole thing is to support the First Seeker. Whatever the First Seeker says, the Second Seekers are there to support it. They're not really one that I think a lot of people would necessarily join unless you really identify with the First Seeker. But right now, as of this moment, the society doesn't even really have a direction to go. I mean, you're just rebuilding. So joining the Second Seekers at this point might be a little bit of a crapshoot. You have no idea what you would get thrown into if your whole thing is to support a mandate. You're not even sure what it's going to be. Either way, after having met the faction heads and dealt with them just a little bit, I'm curious, and I'd like to start, I think we'll start with Kazka. Diana, which faction do you think Kazka most identifies with? Like, who would you want to work for?
Definitely the Exo Guardians. She is a protector. She is a fighter. I chose the gladiator feat, so definitely that.
Who would we call protector?
Protector,
exactly, because I feel like protector
herself?
has a connotation, and I'm not sure that's what I'm getting from Kazka, but I could be wrong.
Well, protector of her friends and the people she works for.
All right, I buy that.
Okay, great.
I can buy
Thanks.
it a little bit.
That's where I stand.
Cool. B Dave, who do you think Gunnan? Where would he fit in the society?
You know, I had an opinion, and I just literally changed it in the time that you were asking me. Because on the one hand, I was like, Exo Guardians, of course. You know, the best defense is a good offense. But I think the Wayfinders, there's a lot of upward potential now. It's a big galaxy out there for us to go and scrawl our mythos across it. Wayfinders.
Nice. Excellent. We didn't get to deal with them last week, but hopefully throughout the course of the Scoured Stars series, we'll get to actually meet some of the Wayfinders. You'll get to see firsthand what they're all about. Maple, where does she stand in the society, do you think, Michelle?
I feel like I'd be with the Acquisitives because their slogan is fame, glory, and money. And I feel like that last part is really, I connect with it on like an emotional and personal and moral level. So basically, I think what I gathered is like the Acquisitives, like they're sort of like the PR department for the Starfinder. So like, I can be really good at that. The first Starfinder like intergalactic broadcast. I think it'd be a huge hit. I'm here to like make a TV show, basically.
Hey, there's a room for that in the society, no doubt at all. Xander, what would Haven be signing up to do?
That's a great question. I'm waffling between two, both the data files and the Wayfinders, because Haven has a strong sense of exploration and wants to pilot and get out there and find things. Whether it's searching for data or not, I think that would be a good motivation for them. So let's go with data files.
Cool. You seem to have a real strong connection to data specifically regarding humans.
Correct.
I feel like that would be an area of specialty for Haven.
Haven is practically a human.
Oh, obviously. Very, very, very much so. And then Katie, where would Volterix fit in all of this?
Well, I'm also kind of debating between two. I think an easy one would be to say the Exo Guardians, but I think she also might be a little bit interested in the Wayfinders as well. But probably Exo Guardians, at least for now.
Cool.
Team Exo.
I know, right? She wanted to be in the Exo Guardians until like Kazka wanted to be there as well, and then it wasn't cool anymore. So whichever one isn't, whichever one nobody picked, she'll go with that one.
Nice.
Edgelord to the end. I appreciate it.
You would
dedication.
She's such a hipster.
But hear me out, as a Wayfinder, you have more opportunity to send souls back to the Great Devourer or whatever it is, that thing you're into.
That is true.
Now, in organized play, different factions during different society missions actually have like their own unique little objectives that they get into. We haven't quite gotten into that yet, and maybe throughout the season, if you guys actually start making deeper connections with some of the factions, we can get into those things where you'll have your own personal little objective for each scenario as you all work together to get through the primary missions. But for now, about all you guys can handle it, because like you guys are absolutely wild. I don't know if I can give you more objectives in good conscience at this point. No, I'm just kidding.
We make our own
we might get
objectives.
into that later.
The good news is there is a supreme lack of options for reps to send out there, so here we are. We win
The
by
desperate
default.
times.
Yes,
Desperate times call for desperate hiring measures.
We win by not playing. Yes.
Well, we're not here to not play. We're here to play. So why don't we go ahead and jump into our second mission for the Starfinder Society. Good morning, Galaxy. This is Segway Mesedra with your Absalom News Update. Today, we have the scoop on the controversy surrounding the hot new show, Love or Kill Diaspora Edition. But first, a story on the Starfinder Society. Following their very public announcement of new recruits last week, the First Seeker's office has released information about a gala event they're hosting tonight at the Lore Spire Complex's Skyreach Room. The First Seeker herself is set to make a major announcement, and it's certain to have something to do with the new mission statement the Society has been developing. The guest list for this exclusive event includes a number of corporate representatives, respected academics, and even wildly popular media mogul himself, Zoe. The announcement will be broadcast live right here, so be sure to tune into ANT tonight at 1900 Station Standard Time when First Seeker El Sabo reveals that what this bid to rebuild the Starfinder Society is really all about. Now, a word from our sponsors. The news drone that's floating just overhead cuts to a commercial for scented additives you plug into vacuum suits, and it's about this time that you all arrive at the central building of the Lore Spire complex. The five of you are scheduled for a debriefing with the first seeker, and you can only imagine that it has something to do with the gala that you just heard announced. You step off the lift into Loazi El Sebo's office and see that she is looking resplendent in a copper-shaded dress coat. Several colored gemstones float about her head in slow orbit, glowing gently. You notice that one each for the colors representing the Starfinder Society factions. She's also not alone. A Vesk in gleaming ceremonial armor stands near her desk. Radazam, head of the Acquisitives, whom you dealt with in your first assignment for the Society. Good morning, Starfinders. I have a new assignment for you. You may have already heard that we're hosting a high-profile event this evening, and I'd like each of you to attend. A number of potential investors and Society supporters will be in attendance, and I'd like them to get a first-hand account of what the Society is capable of thanks to our new recruits. I'm going to upload a dossier of individuals I'd like you to make sure you introduce yourselves to your personal devices. I'd encourage you to brag a little, embellish if you must, about your experiences so far with the Society. You want to appear just as daring, heroic, and competent as ever. You're going to be authorized to come fully equipped as security liaisons, though my Obsidian Spiders will also be on site keeping watch. The weapons and armor you carry are going to be primarily for show, conversation pieces for the guests. You've got a few hours to prepare, and then you'll report to the Skyreach room here at the complex. You have any questions about what I'm asking you to do tonight?
So we're just partying, right? And showing off.
I turn and
Showing
look
up,
at Maple and say, literally, all your training has led to this, Maple.
I am so excited. This is gonna be amazing. Maybe like Casca and Volterix like don't talk to anybody, and maybe not you either, Haven. But you know what? It's gonna be amazing. We totally do this. We are totally gonna do this mission. We are just gonna make nice, right? Everybody, yes.
Okay, but what kind of party is this?
A gala?
So like
have-
fancy, floofy things?
I've prepared my finest silver shirt.
Yes, most of the people in attendance are going to be what you might consider high society. However, as I had mentioned, you can come right as you are. We want this.
Oh my God,
them
we are-
to see what the
no,
society is all about.
No, we are not coming like this. This is insane. We are all shopping montage. We are going shopping.
No, that I'm good. I think
Okay, well.
we're fine.
Haven is excited to go shopping. Let's go shopping.
Well, hear me out. Volterix has a certain aesthetic that works for her, and we are supposed to seem fearsome in our countenance.
Thank you, Captain.
Yes.
Okay, well, if anyone wants to go shopping with me, you are welcome to do so. Otherwise, I can like I don't know, maybe like braid your hair or something before you go in there. I don't know, just a zhuzh, you know.
That sounds. That's going to be a hard pass for me. But thank you.
Okay, great.
Haven, if you don't mind, would you please hold on to the credit sticks? Recall Maple did use her equipment allotment on her pretty dresses. They are lovely, but I'd hate to go broke over new ensembles, as it were.
I shall keep track.
I kind of thought we were just splitting those 5 ways.
Oh, yes. Feel free to spend all of your money. Just don't spend all of ours.
Okay, so we're not going to open like a joint team bank account. We're not doing that.
Maybe.
That's weird.
We can table that for later. That was just an idea to make funds, go easier, but it's fine. We got this. Luanzi, we got this. Retta, what's the other guy's name?
Radazam is the best.
Radazam.
We are definitely your team for this. We're going to do such a great job. Is there payment for doing this?
Oh.
Yes, we will see to any of your expenses. Make sure that you keep your receipts. You do have limits. The society is in a rebuilding period, I would like to remind you, so don't get too wild. And that's all. This is just a party.
Yes, but you are having us there as security, and also, what was yours, Scarlet Spiders? Is that what you said? Also, that is still a significant show of force. Is there any potential trouble that you're anticipating?
We don't anticipate any trouble. However, it's always good to be prepared. And you will be helping keep an eye on things. So if anything does crop up, well, quite honestly, I think that would be a good opportunity for us to show the potential investors firsthand what our newest recruits are capable of.
Oh, so no shopping for new outfits. Got it.
You know what I heard was the opposite, but then maybe there's going to be a battle later. I just feel like there's a lot of...
But what is so important about these people? Why are they so fancy?
Well, if you take a look at the guest list, and actually all of your devices now have a transferred document that has been given to each of you. There you see a list of names. One of them is Iteration 177. He's listed as an agender, silvery-skinned android. Affiliated with the Aspes Consortium. There's also a venture captain who is from the society, a bleachling gnome named Nyaj. There is Royo is a Yosoki scholar who is listed on the dossier. Then there's a parasitic isopod named Icarus that you're supposed to meet with. And then there is, last but not least on your list, is Zoe. An undead media mogul who is well known and well beloved throughout the society. You would guess, just by looking at the names, that it is most likely, again, if they're looking for investors and support from outside the society, whatever Lawasi is intending to, whatever the First Seeker intends to announce tonight, is going to be some kind of really big project that is going to require outside support and investment from various other organizations. So this is likely just an opportunity to impress people.
Did you say undead media mogul?
Oh yes, from EOX. You would know.
You say that as if those words would mean something to me.
Yeah, you can make it. You can make a culture check if you want, but even without a culture check, you know that Eox is a planet of a very intelligent undead beings. They are part of the pact that connects all of the planets, and they're part of the pact tree. There are dangerous factions amongst the Eoxians, primarily the biggest threat being the corpse fleet, which is not part of the pact and sort of roams the galaxy, attempting for, basically the big old hostile undead takeover of the galaxy would be their big primary objective. But dealing with the undead it's a common fact of life on a place like Absalom Station. There are plenty of people who are no longer living, but not quite lying down yet.
When
Takes all types, I suppose.
When Volterix reads the list, she'll kind of be skimming through it, and then you'll hear her kind of like squeak in a weird noise, make a weird noise that you've never heard her kind of make, and then she's just going to kind of like cough it away.
Something in your throat, Voltarix.
No, nope.
Malfunction in the air filtration system, perhaps.
Yes. Yeah.
You have a smile on your face for once, Volterix.
No. I mean, sure. My face does that sometimes. It's fine. Hey, Mabel, maybe we should talk for a sec.
Okay. Yeah, totally.
Great.
Gunnan leans over to Casca and is like, she is excited about meeting Zoe.
Probably. Should we make fun of her for it or not yet?
During.
Okay.
Absolutely during.
Okay, perfect.
Anything else before we depart to prepare?
No, I think the only thing to keep in mind is not to overthink it. You're there. We have assigned you to this because we believe that you're quite capable of making an impression on these people, and your very presence is going to do wonders for our prospects as we launch into this year's primary initiatives for the society. Really, it'll be fine.
Thank you. That is very kind of you to say. Then let us depart while we still have her esteem intact, team. And he heads towards the door.
I follow.
I think if Maple and Volterix are going off, Haven is just going to follow along at a respectable distance because they're going shopping as well.
Sure. Yeah, you guys have a little bit of time before you actually need to be in the Skyreach room. If you want to spend that time doing some shopping and getting some new digs, that's totally fine. If you, like Volterix, have no intention of ever purchasing new clothes again, that's also fine. Simply wait out your time. It's up to you.
Okay,
I go with Maple.
Yeah, Volterix, we'll just do a quick sidebar here.
Yeah.
So, like, what's going on?
I mean, nothing's going on. I mean, is it that bad? Like, is it
everything for like a gala?
I mean,
I mean, it's not great.
I don't really care, but like, I don't know. What would you do?
Okay, what I'm hearing is I don't care, but what I am seeing is that you do care.
No, I don't care.
Is there someone on this list that you are excited to see?
Oh my gosh, no.
I only know about Zoe. The rest of these people are garbage to me, but I mean, if it's not, so like basically if it's not Zoe, then you don't have to tell me because it doesn't matter, I guess. So maybe I shouldn't be asked.
I don't even know what you're talking about. And, maybe this was a bad idea, but I thought, you'd have some suggestion, but you know what? This is fine. This is me.
Ignore me. We're gonna go shopping, and I see you, Haven, back there. Let's go too. Okay. Anyone else who wants to go shopping? And we could even buy you all human clothes.
That sounds awful.
Okay, we'll buy you Strix clothes or whatever, assassin, whatever thing. I don't even know where you go shopping. We're not going there though.
Just extend an arm to Casca and say, we can at least keep an eye on them, make sure nothing terrible happens.
Great, we can be their chaperones.
The second best part of shopping is being part of the peanut gallery, so you two are gonna have fun. Okay.
Oh.
I would like to lead us very confidently to the, I don't know, second most expensive shop in Absalom.
Not the first.
No.
That's very considerate.
Because I'm following orders.
Yes.
That we shouldn't spend too much, but I don't know what that means, so I go to the second most expensive shop in Absalom to buy us new clothes.
Sure. The trick is clothes themselves, especially for the amounts of money that you're used to spending, are not that big of a deal. If you wanted some, a suit of just formal wear, it costs you get well tailored stuff for 5 credits. It's fairly cheap. It's not a big deal. However, keep in mind that if that's the route you want to go, you would not then be wearing your armor. Now, if you wanted something like what you have, I know, Maple, you actually have an armor upgrade that allows you to make your armor look like various suits of clothing that are very nice and fancy. There are also some services on the station that will either basically polish up your armor. 5-10 credits, you could get somebody to basically just take your armor and polish it up real nice. It'll look really fancy. It'll look like itself, but it'll make sure that there aren't any big burn marks or scratches or anything. And, you look really fancy. It's like getting your car waxed, only it's your armor. And there are also some people who will actually sell you little holographic inserts that you basically slot it into your armor, and for the night it can look like anything, though they're temporary. It's a temporary thing where at the end of the day it'll actually because it's just a hologram, the battery will run out and it'll short out, and then your armor will just look like itself at the end.
So
of the
sort
night.
of like the space equivalent of press on nails is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
The Starfinder equivalent of press on nails.
Love
Nice.
it.
Okay, maybe these things aren't very expensive, but I will take them to the place that gives you the nicest experience.
Yeah.
Because as
Yeah,
we know, it's
sure.
not about the clothing; it's about
No,
the service.
of course. There is one shop that you know of where you go in, and as soon as you get in, they offer you like champagne flutes, and you are taken to like a viewing room where you can all sit and you can have like a nice little like changing montage.
Say yes to the
You can come out
dress.
and-
Yeah.
exactly. It's just like that. They bring out
Wait,
like
I'm not
platters
supposed to
of
like that stuff.
cheese and rice candies and grub noodles for
Ooh.
Haven. And they, you get snacks and a whole thing while you could spend the whole afternoon trying on various incredibly
Wow.
expensive designer clothing. If you want that experience, it would cost probably 50 credits a person. Or you could just go to like
I
off
hand
the rack.
over Starfinder credit card.
Starfinder credit card.
They didn't tell us how much it was, so that's kind of on that.
A receipt for 250 credits, please.
Sure, yeah, well, of course.
I will say if anyone else wants to pick up the clothing reconfig, it's 100 credits plus the cost of whatever outfit you buy. So I spent a total.
That's not bad. Yeah.
You have like
Yes, I have
environmental
a
is like
vested interest in looking good. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. Okay, so let's just go. I'm just gonna Volterra, because you really wanted help. So for you, I know you probably don't want to like not have all your weapons and armor. Am I right on this one?
I have to wear my armor.
You'll just like die. I got it. So what I think you would like is a really cool overcloak that has lighting in it and has a spot for your wing to like kind of hook onto your wings, so you can be like boop and have like your cloak flowing behind your wings.
Very
cool.
intimidating.
Yeah, is that kind of what you're going
Had-
for?
You want me to fly with something obscuring my wings?
So, like it's like hooked onto the back, so like you can see the wings, and then the cape flies from the tip. I know it's like really complicated. I could just buy it for you and put it on you.
Or maybe something a little less, just in general, less?
Okay.
Or are you looking to show a little leg? Go with the
No,
cocktail
no,
chest.
that's
the,
not what I meant by
the
less.
LBD, as they referred to it in Ancient Earth.
That's not, no.
Aren't you going to impress someone tonight by... Oh, I mean, you weren't going to impress someone, so maybe no cocktail dress.
You
don't-
only ever get one first impression. Imagine if you're turning heads while also brandishing a sniper rifle, Volterix. You might end up on posters hanging on the walls of children all over the galaxy.
Ew, children.
You know, I read somewhere, and Haven backed me up, that humans, when they want to look fancy, they wear like one part of a glasses, like a monocle.
Yes, this is a common tradition to wear part of a clothing, much as a pocket that is sealed up and merely decorative.
Can't we just get something that just looks like something else temporarily? I mean, I don't want to actually wear anything different.
And Haven will bring over a holographic emitter that they're also attaching to their uniforms, and they'll help Volterix attach it. And as Haven spins around, you can see that this like shimmery black dress, much like it was being suggested, starts appearing over their uniform, and it fits. It's long sleeved for all 4 arms, and it's like a sequin gown that comes down. And Haven just looks very satisfied.
You're not gonna do that to me, are you?
You know what?
It's adjustable.
Yeah, well, you can pick your own thing. If you don't like it at first, you can change it. We're still in the store, so this is not costing us extra. What do you want?
I want what I have on.
Okay, but more? Do you want like another belt with like more guns in it? I feel like that's kind of what you're going for.
Perhaps just a handful of glitter.
No.
Haven
I reached into
goes
my-
over.
Were you gonna do the same thing?
Yeah.
Reach into my pocket, into your hair, and there's glitter all over your hair. I just have this with me.
And then Haven's
Pocket glitter.
gonna reconfigure the holographic module so that your outfit looks like it's made out of belts, like a Final Fantasy character.
Ooh. Katie likes that. That's cool.
Mm.
And I reach into our, I don't know where this was, our treasure trove of all the things we found last episode, and I pull up the extra sniper, the frost sniper rifle.
Oh yeah.
And I just kind of like hook it onto one of the belts on Voltairic's outfit. Okay, now you look pretty cool, but is this too heavy? The glitter looks great, by the way. It's accenting everything.
It's a bit much,
But it's a party. You should like stand out.
Just think of it as one extra weapon on yourself, Voltairix. I think you look beautiful.
Okay. I don't want the glitter. She's like shaking out her hair, but kind of digs the weird strappy thing Haven picked out. And did you say this is an additional sniper rifle or my sniper rifle?
An additional
Another
one.
one.
Yeah,
Another one.
Can I carry 2 sniper rifles?
Yeah,
You
can.
are now.
As long as it doesn't go over your bulk that you can carry.
Oh man! All right.
If the bulk is not that much, you're fine.
I gotta pull up that inventory sheet. Okay, well then, she keeps her sniper kind of clipped in between her wings, so she'll probably just reposition and put them side by side.
Oh,
or
Yeah.
exit.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's a great idea. And now she has 2 snipers and a belty dress
And
and a bork.
as Voltairix is doing this, I have all 4 of my arms out, and I'm just like quickly putting press-on nails under her nails. Or if you're wearing gloves, then it's not even your nails; it's just they're on top of her gloves. Like I'm just putting the nails on the gloves.
She probably has like really long black nails.
Oh, okay. Well, then they're very long press-on nails, and they're very colorful. Perfect. Don't change a thing. Great. How about the rest of you? Haven's looking great. Loving it. Gunnin, Casco, gonna.
What do you suggest I should wear?
She just kind of waddles over and then puts her hands up like, here you go, fix me.
And Haven will go over to attach another holographic emitter to go over the armor.
Oh.
And let me think. What about this? And it's a like human 1950s pinup polka dot dress with like an empire waist, and it flares out. And you can see that there's like a fastener that has appeared on top of your hair as well. Yeah, I can see it like black and white polka dot.
What is this? Is it gonna harm my brain?
It is holographic.
Oh. I've never worn a dress before, thanks.
You look particularly human.
Oh, thank you. Ill? Voltairix, why'd you say ill?
No,
I called you beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't. Just the human part of that. It's not you. You're. It's not what I would choose. You know. I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna go. She'll just turn around, kind of go for some champagne.
Okay, Captain, it's your turn. I'm excited to see what she's gonna do to you too. Maple, do your work. Or Haven, please.
I brought my silver shirt, but okay, sure.
The silver shirt is admirable, Captain.
Thank you, Haven. But yes, please. Upgrade in progress, I suppose they say.
Well, I feel like your normal outfit is really cool, very regal. You can see it right above your head there on the screen. So I would just say like maybe like a little change, like maybe instead of purple, it's just like your normal kind of a hood situation. We do like all silver, and then we do add some like backlighting to you, because that is something you can put on for 10 credits under your shoulders.
I can have ground effects when I walk. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I think
my first car back in the academy.
I think humans call that, what is that called? Underlighting or something?
Yeah, ground effects.
Ground
Oh,
effects.
we call ground effects. I didn't know.
Yes.
Yes, and I think that'll really impress everyone at this party. We all look really impressive.
If you say so, Maple, then it must be so. Yes, let us do it big, as they say.
Amazing. And then Maple just quickly gets a new outfit that is a long, like it's a really long pink cape that flows behind her, and in each of her hands she has like a pink feathered fan, and is like, "Okay, let's go, ready."
Wow.
Also, might I, if we're going to a party and I'm going to be carrying my handguns, Haven, do you remember the documentary series we watched about the spies of ancient Earth that were all marked by bow ties?
Ah, yes, Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
I've seen that one.
Yes, that is the one I'm referring to implicitly. Yes, I would like to wear a bow tie as well. That's how you will know that I am classy.
Ah.
So, does this clip make me classy?
Mm-hmm.
Put holographic bow ties on the whole party. Now we're all also wearing bow ties.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
They will know we are classy.
I like this idea.
We're ready.
And we're like
Yes.
really multicultural here too. So we're gonna impress everybody.
Oh, and if I could make a request also, if something does go wrong, which I'm sure it won't, perhaps attempt to use non-lethal weapons until we get the situation handled.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay, we
And
had
I
this
very
conversation.
much pull out one of my handguns. I've got the flaming gun, and I've got the lightning gun, which is non-lethal. My azimuth laser pistol, or I have the laser pistol is lethal. The pulse caster is non-lethal. I like very visibly turn off the azimuth pistol and kind of unsnap the holster on the pulse caster. Like, yes, all right, take them alive.
Okay. It's like last time we kind of had this conversation, and then we didn't. I think we might have not understood what someone was telling us not to do that. Not to be
Well, Captain is saying it this time, so we're not allowed to fight until he says so.
okay.
Yes,
but then we
please.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Are we still doing that?
Look at that. We are quite impressive, especially tonight. We're supposed to be on our best behavior, Voltarix.
Am I not behaving?
You are.
Unfortunately, this may well be your best behavior. That is so. Yes.
Ouch.
Thank you, Captain.
As they even say, baby steps, right?
Yes, babies.
Babies. 'Cause they
Ew.
have to-
Babies.
I guess they're small.
No babies.
Oh.
Yes, I would explain the witch weird birth procedure, but we don't have nearly enough time for that. So, yes, let us be on our way.
We hatch from eggs. Okay, let's go.
So yeah, we had to Skyreach.
Poor Jim.
Yeah, so you spend the whole afternoon
Bonding.
eating cheese and fruit and drinking champagne and trying on various outfits. And at the end of it, you all look absolutely incredible, I'm certain. A truly eclectic bunch, if nothing else. And you make your way back to the Lore Sky complex, where you ride a lift up the very central tower all the way to the tippy top into the Sky Reach room. A classy space made breathtaking by large windows set into the vaulted ceiling, providing a shining view of the armada orbiting Absalom Station and the galaxy beyond. A low stage with black skirting and a sleek podium overlooks the room from the far end of the hall. A dozen or so guests representing an array of species mingled in twos or threes, while servers in sharp vests bring out a variety of snacks and drinks. A curly-haired AV technician arranges the wiring along one side of the stage, and Lawazi herself stands at the other side speaking with the Demaya Lashunta man. As you're scanning the crowd and scanning the list of people that you were intended to make an impression upon, you actually do spot a Yosoki scholar. There's a half elf, and when he turns, you notice that he has like this bulbous growth at the base of his neck that is probably Icarus. You clearly see the Elibrian media mogul Zoe. He is making the rounds, talking to guests. He's got this like cloud of media drones over his head constantly, and occasionally he'll stop what he's doing and like mug for the cameras.
That is so him.
You do spot an android amongst the crowd that must be iteration 177. And standing sort of by herself, you see a gnome who's actually wearing a Starfinder Society insignia, who has to be Nyaj, the the society venture captain. So you know all these people are present. You know that you're supposed to make an impression upon them. And mechanically, there's a whole system on how that will work. You guys can choose to... go ahead, sorry.
Can I see Icarus again? I lagged for a second and didn't see Icarus' picture.
Yeah.
I saw the others. The gnome looks like she need a hug.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So Icarus
like
is
a hot
actually...
trail.
You know that Icarus is actually the weird centipede creature on the back of the half-elf's neck. The half-elf, like they're both distinct individuals. Icarus is of a species that forms sort of symbiotic relationships with host organisms. And
they nearly took over Starfleet once in an inexplicably gory episode.
Indeed.
So I apologize. You were saying
system
for us to be social.
Yes, sorry. So in terms of how this will work, it's a little bit built like an encounter. Every time that you want to go and talk to one of these people, there are a variety of skill checks you can make to try to impress them. And each person, based on their personality, might be impressed by different skills that you can demonstrate in the course of your conversation. If you want, basically once each round of the encounter, you'll have the opportunity to make one check. You can just choose a skill at random if you'd like. Although you might be able to, through talking to them, get clues about the things that might impress them or the things that they're most interested in, which will give you an idea of what skills to use. Or you can use your turn to make perception checks to attempt to act, and sense motives checks to actually learn. It'll actually, if you succeed, you'll just get one of the skills that you can use to attempt to impress them.
Very cool.
You need a number of successes for each person, so it's valuable for all of you to take attempts. Like if one person succeeds, you might still want other people to attempt. However, after you need 4 successes before you get 3 failures. So if you fail 3 times, the person that you're talking to has kind of had enough of you and politely wander. They don't want
rejected.
You get rejected. So you know that you want to make a good impression on as many of these people as you can. But it is up to you who you want to talk to. And you all could actually, if you really wanted to make this difficult for me to run, you could even just talk to different people at the same time. I can it's all up to you how you want to do this.
If I might make a suggestion here, what do we all feel like we're best at? I myself am trained in diplomacy and also a little bit of the old bluff if there's any games of chance being played here. That is what I can probably demonstrate most effectively. How about you all?
I am a pilot.
I think Haven, you'd be really good at talking to somebody who like loves humans, or talking about other species, maybe too, or if they love ships, maybe that.
I do love ships.
My special skills are that I'm very beautiful. I can I can leave the room and make another entrance again because I have stuff for that. I have a whole plan. So I can be very impressive. That's my skill.
Quite.
I can scare people, or I can perceive people if you want me to, or I can do really cool tricks maybe and flourishes with my sword. I'm sorry, Captain. I see that you're upset with me.
Not at all. No, Casca. These have all been vitally useful. You've saved us a number of times with these skills. I'm just trying to figure out how we apply them in a
I feel like
not quite so lethal setting as we usually do.
I understand. Yes, Maple, do you have a suggestion?
Well, I thought you just mentioned you're really good at like reading people's motives, and maybe even if they're not murder, I don't feel like the rest of us could read the room if our lives depended on it. So maybe you can.
Hey.
I can read the room.
Volteric seems like they would be very good at that as well.
We can both do it together.
Or you could do that. And you know what I'm really good at? I'm really good at just kind of just hanging out here. Like maybe that corner because it's like super dark and I can just kind of like chill there.
No. This is not prom, Voltarix. No standing on the wall. No. You know what I think? I
Memories.
think we should start with Zoe.
Oh,
And you
Zoe!
might be specially qualified to speak to Zoe for us. You seem to have an insight into him.
me? No, I don't.
Yes.
I don't know how you thought of that. I think you should probably send Maple because, like, skills. I mean, as Maple said, like, beautiful and
Well,
whatever
Tarx,
else.
you're starting to sweat underneath your lip. I can
I
see
am
it. Are you
not-
nervous?
No.
Do you have the hots for Zoe? It's okay.
Ew,
You
no.
can have. No?
It is fine. Zone of safety, Voltarex. We're not here to kink shame anyone.
I'm fine. And she's
We
just gonna,
believe in
like,
you.
She's so offended by what her party just like accused her of. So she's just gonna like brush past them and go toward where Zoe is.
Yeah!
The moment I give her like 5 seconds, and I'm like, Maple, would you support her, please?
Oh my god, I'm totally there. So like, as we'll okay, hold on. I don't know, Jim, if you want us to wait to do initiative order before we start doing things or not.
No, you guys are good. You guys are good so far. Keep it up.
Before Voltarex reaches Zoe, I am gonna I'm just gonna like burn some spells here. I'm gonna use psychokinetic hand to like create like just I want the hand to kind of do this, or no, I know, lift up her hair to make it look like it's flowing in the wind behind her as she walks up to make her like
Oh, pretty.
And she's like pushing it down.
and it's like ruffling her feathers and like making her look very very zhuzhed up and nice.
I'll cast dancing lights on Voltarex as she walks away.
What is happening? I said I was good at hiding and now I can't.
I use my hold on, what's it called? Telepathic message to tell Voltarex using all my spells. Hey girl, if you need anything, just like I can like say words and like you
Oh
can
my
say
God.
them if you run out of things to say. I can just give you some
I'm-
ideas.
It's just fine.
Okay, so when you walk up to him, don't say, just be like really nice. This is me talking with my telepathy. Just be really nice, compliments, talk about Starfinder a little bit, and go. I'm right behind you, buddy. And I'm kind of like hiding behind her wings, but I am there with her.
Voltarex.
So are you going with her, or are you
Yes.
like? Sorry, I just
I'm
so you
with
are
her.
with, you're there with. Right,
I'm
gotcha.
there with her,
Okay.
but I'm just behind her wings a little bit, so I'm a little detached until I am needed.
Gotcha. Now, just so that I can sort of keep track of the amount of times that people are trying to interact with various guests, do the rest of you want to be involved in this conversation with Zoe, or are you going to attempt to get involved with the conversation with somebody else at the same time?
If I could make a suggestion, let's just do 2 at a time.
Yeah.
So we won't make it too crazy, but like 2 teams going after 2 people.
Sounds
Gotcha.
good.
So, Haven, who would you like for Casca and I to assist with speaking to next?
Perhaps iteration 177.
Excellent. We've got to make the rounds eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And I just go ahead.
We'll start heading over in that direction then.
I just lean over to Casca and I'm like, please keep an eye on Voltarex. This will be wonderful.
Yes. Do you want me to record it on my comm?
Please do.
I'll
I
zoom in
already-
and do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very much like give the walk away the leg.
There's so much winking happening.
All right. So Maple and Voltarex, you see a dead man walking, quite dressed
Sounds
in
like
a
a
flashy
joke.
suit and surrounded by a floating cloud of media drones. This undead media mogul seems to be having the time of his unlife. On second glance, it's hard to determine whether his smile is real or simply a result of the skin that's pulled tight against his elongated skull, giving him a permanent rictus grin. But as you approach, he immediately looks over at the two of you and he says, "Hey, is that 2 rifles crossed on your back and an X? Because that is fantastic. That is exactly the kind of thing that I need for my feed. Can you smile at the camera right there? Hey, you know, wave to him."
I send a telepathic message to Voltarex. Smile and wave, you idiot!
Nailed it.
I grab her arms from like behind her and kind of make her wave a little more.
Hi, you're Zoe.
That's right. I'm Zoe. Make sure you get the exclamation point on the end of that. I legally changed my name to have it on there, all right? Don't forget it.
Wow, cool. Nice. Yep. And she just kind of turns around.
I'm sorry. I know what this is. And he grabs a marker out of his jacket pocket, and he goes up and there's like an armor plate on your shoulder, and he signs it real quick. Zoe, there you go. Hey,
you're Zoe.
how's Zoe?
Say something else, Volterix.
Something else.
I push down one of Volterix's wings and I turn on my lights on my armor so that I have like a light show happening behind me. Hi. This is my friend Volterix. She's a big fan, so am I. How are you doing? How are you enjoying Starfinder Society's party?
Oh, I'm having the time of my life. How are you enjoying it? Hey, try this real quick. He hands you a small, like individually wrapped candy. It looks like maybe like a piece of fudge or something.
Oh, I can't eat like any of this, but thank you so much. I give it to Volterix.
As soon as you pass it over, he looks up at one of the cameras that's circling his head and says, "Wah wah! Won't try it."
Oh
no. Can I figure out what it is?
Sure. Make a perception check.
All right. Perception. Ooh. That's going to be 23.
It looks like it's basically a piece of vat-grown meat from some kind of many-legged insect from off-world. You've seen trays of these being carried around. They're individually wrapped because as soon as you unwrap them, they tend to try to crawl away. You do see a number of people are eating them. They're not inedible, but they're certainly an interesting taste experience.
Do you eat it?
She just kind of holds it.
Okay, well, we're not gonna eat that. Totally fine. Volterix, you do you. So Zoe, what brings you to this side of the galaxy to visit our little space station?
Me? I'm just looking for more action, more violence, more explosions for my next series, Necromancer Island.
You're gonna find it at Absalom Station for sure. Like yesterday, we basically... There was like a huge incident with like explosions, and I can't really describe the whole thing. It's a little top secret, but
I like to shoot things.
Yes. He loves...
You know what? I think you like to shoot things. Hey.
How did you know?
Do you want to shoot something?
Yes.
I've got something you can shoot. Hey, you, over here. He calls over one of the servers, and he grabs a huge, it looks like a ceramic mug of something. You're not sure what's inside, but he places it right on top of his head. And he says, hey, make sure you get this. He points up at the media drone and says, you, either one of those rifles, both the rifles, right on your back. Go for it. This is going to be great.
Important point of clarification. Can I hear that? I know I said we walked away. Can I hear that?
Make a perception check.
If not, I'm recording it for you.
That is true. Perception, I got come on, load. 21.
21. Oh yeah, Zoe's pretty loud and boisterous, and as you look over, you see him placing something on top of his head, and he's looking at Volterix. He says, you hear distinctly the word shoot, which sets off all the captain alarm bells, I'm sure.
I would just say through the comms, Volterix, get that mug. And I mark the mug with get him.
Oh, nice.
Yay, +1.
I'm gonna use my quick release sheath to really quickly like flip out my static arc pistol.
Okay.
And take aim at the mug.
Sure. If you want to attack the mug, make an attack roll.
And I get a +1.
You get a plus. I'll give you one from the captain for that. It's a good use.
Awesome.
And can I have a hold an action in case something goes bad?
Well, what you can actually do if you would like to is you can attempt to assist her. If you want to use your action for this round as an assistance rather than your own individual check, you could roll you could roll the same skill that she's doing in an attempt to help her out.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know exactly. I imagine since you have a telepathic link to her right now, you could help her aim a little bit.
Sure. Which that was what is this? Just attack.
Just make a ranged attack roll, and if you succeed, you will give her a +2 bonus on her attempt.
Okay. That is a 14.
14. All right. What did you get, Volterix?
23.
Nice.
23. Okay. I was. Either way, you take aim, and bolstered by the captain's decree that you get that cup, and you fire off a arc of electricity that looks like it's about to zap right in the middle of Zoe's forehead, but then shatters this mug, and the ceramic shards go flying everywhere, and this liquid like drenches Zoe momentarily, and he's like, yeah, that is exactly the kind of impressive performance that I like to see from you're one of the Starfinders, right? You know what? Now I recognize you. You were from that news feed, that incredible scene from Yatembe Park last week, right? All those dead people. That is exactly the kind of thing. I have some ideas for some new shows. I think that you and I should talk more about maybe getting you an exclusive media rights contract with me, Zoe. What do you say?
You're Zoe.
We'll talk more about it in just a minute, and that will cover
Nice.
Maple, Gunnin, and Volterix's action for this, as Haven, Gunnin, and Kazka actually step up to a silvery skinned android that is iteration 177. A strikingly well-dressed android, in fact, who smiles at you and raises a glass when they see that you've noticed them. There is a surprising warmth and kindness in their demeanor, where you've seen a more cold exterior on many of the other androids that you've met on the station. As soon as you step up to iteration 177, gives you each a nod. Hello, welcome. You are, in fact, the newest Starfinders, are you not?
Greetings, well spotted.
Hello.
It is a pleasure to meet each of you. I'm iteration 177. I represent the Aspes Consortium. I must apologize. I know last week there was a little bit of a kerfuffle when members of the Aspes Consortium made some perhaps derogatory remarks about the Starfinder Society. I want you to know that as an organization, we harbor the society no ill will. We think there might even be opportunities for something of a partnership in the future.
Well, my name is Havinovich, but you could call me Haven, and this is Kaska and our Captain Gunnin.
Pleasure to meet all three of you. Yes, indeed.
She curtsies in her dress, but it looks really awkward, and then she trips and catches herself and sorry.
As you trip, iteration 177 reaches out and gently catches your arm to help you right yourself.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind and really cute. I mean, really nice.
Well, I thank you for that. Mm-hmm. So, what can I help any of you with today? How are you enjoying your time in society? Have you encountered anything particularly interesting? Any exploits to tell me of?
We did have a particularly adventurous first outing.
I would love to hear all about it.
We actually came...
If you want, you can attempt to regale iteration 177 about one of your missions, or you can attempt to lie about a mission that you never were actually on, using either diplomacy or bluff as you for your action this round. You can tell this story, and then you can, at the end of it, roll one of those two checks if you would like to impress him that method.
I have faith in Haven's diplomacy, so I could do that in telling the true story, and they'll talk about Historia 7 to sort of bring up the data files to see if there's a connection there as well.
Interesting.
Is there anything I can do to assist?
Yeah, same here.
You can if you want to. You can make if you want your act. Well, Gunnin, because you had used
Because I
the get 'em for the other one, I'm actually going to apply your action to their interaction for this
Perfect.
round. But Kazka, if you wanted to aid instead of making your own check, you can attempt to roll a check to give Haven a bonus rather than making your own skill check.
Casca does the sound effects as Haven is telling the story.
Oh, yes. But just so you know, I do not have diplomacy or bluff. So it's just a straight die roll for me. Okay. Go ahead. Oh, you want me to roll it now?
I got.
Oh, shoot. I got a 7.
That's okay. Because I got a 25.
Oh, perfect. I will do the best I can with my sound effects.
Yeah, so you can. I didn't mean to cut off your story. I didn't mean to cut off the roleplay. I was just letting you know that. That's how you can use it technically. But by all means, tell me about one of your missions to start. I'm eager to hear what you've been doing with this society.
We've met many interesting people for sure, and since being introduced into the Starfinder Society, we have been trying to find our place in this world, and it has been a challenge to say the least. Historia 7 sent us on a mission. I believe you may be familiar with her.
Unfortunately, no. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her, but I'm sure she sounds quite lovely.
I definitely recommend it.
He seems suitably impressed by your recounting of your time with the society, and you have gained at this point. There's a success in your interactions with Zoe, and one success with your interactions with Iteration 177.
Yay!
At this point, we'll turn our attention back to the conversation with Zoe. Zoe has at this point, he presses a button on. It looked like it just like a lapel pin, but he squeezes it as if it were a button, and there's this blast of air, and all of the liquid that had spilled out from the mug is like almost immediately dried as he is talking to Voltairix about perhaps signing some kind of a deal to get her on one of his upcoming shows. But he seems to be quite impressed by displays of skill. Seems to be his big thing. Like, he seems to want excitement. He seems to want, you can tell he's he's looking for action. He wants to see what you guys can do. So as you are continuing this conversation with him, what do you guys do?
So if you think that's cool, I can open up portals to alternate realities and send things through them.
That sounds absolutely fantastic. If there's one thing that I need, one thing that I don't have, it is enough contracts with alternate realities. Look, everybody knows all about Zoe's shows here on this reality. It's the other ones that I need to get expanding to, all right? I mean, I've got almost 1 million hours of camera time, and it's all been confined to one reality. What is that about?
Telepathically to Voltairix, I'm like, I kind of thought this guy was supposed to be cool, but he kind of sucks, but let's just do this.
Kind of.
Okay, just like a fair warning, I do get like a little weird, but the price of opening a door to an alternate reality that's going against all of all of nature. I activate Junk Shard, and instead of attacking anything, I just want to open it and send various things to the front of the portal and then send them back through, so they're not actually shooting out. I don't know, sort of flavor thing. My eyes turn black. I cast Junk Shard, and then
I believe that Junk Shard typically is a save, correct?
Oh, cool! I'm gonna kill people. Yes, you're right. It is
just full poltergeist in the middle of this cocktail soiree.
It's a reflex save.
It's a reflex, right? So yeah. All I was saying is that for this one, since there's really nobody you're not targeting anybody who would make a save, go ahead and just make it as if you were making an attack roll with a ranged attack, and you're trying to hit that DC to make sure that you can suitably impressive but not dangerous performance of your magical prowess.
Oh man, that is a 13.
A 13. you open up this portal and these junk shards start flying through, and he's watching it, and one of them actually like pings right off of one of his drones. He's like, no, go, come on, no, that's a very expensive equipment. Oh, come on. He brings the drone down, and he's like, I wish you hadn't done that. And he's like trying to he quickly like reaches into his pocket. He's trying to replace the lens on the front of the camera drone. And unfortunately, that is one failure now for Zoe. But Volterix, you still have an opportunity to make a check if you would like, or that again he's showing off with the gun works, but you get the sense that trying the exact same thing multiple times with any one of these guests might become less impressive each time, difficult to get their attention. Again, you do have the option of just making conversation and using a perception or a sense motive check to try to figure out if there's something else that you might be able to do next round that would be suitably impressive.
Oh, I'm probably the wrong person for that. All right. Zoe.
He just finishes replacing the lens on his drone. He looks over and he's like, "That's me, Zoe." Don't forget that exclamation point. It's very important.
Your philanthropy and revolutionary. Your philanthropy is revolutionary.
Revolutionary is a word that I would like to describe most of my content. I mean, honestly, who can say that they have almost 1 million hours of screen time? I mean, heck, since the gap, it's been only about 2 million total hours? I mean, half the time, 50% of the entire time since the gap, we've got Zoe on screen everywhere across the galaxy. Fantastic, isn't it? Go ahead and make a sense motive check.
That's a nat 20. So
25.
A nat 20. Then I will give you 2 different skills that you could use, or 3 different skills that you could use on your next round that might be suitably impressive. Again, you get the sense he's all about action. He wants to see what can you do, what could he put on camera that would be impressive to his audience. So any kind of display of acrobatics. So for example, perhaps putting your wings to use might be something really nice for him. Athletics, a feat of strength or something like that would be very interesting. Or even just a sort of shadow boxing display. You could use bluff as a feint in order to make an impression on him. Any one of those options would be great for the next one. For the next round, right? So you spend your round this time learning about what he likes to see, and then next round you'll get you and Maple will both have opportunities again to impress him. So you've got 1 success and 1 failure towards Zoe, and now we move over to the conversation between Iteration 177 and the rest of the crew.
Could I ask a question?
You can ask any question you like.
Since I am a noble scion, I actually am royalty, and one of the things I expressly move about in the highest echelons of galactic society. Your status allows you to know who's who among the wealthy and powerful of the galaxy, from which families are on the rise and which are on their way down, as to how to dress for blah 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 blah. I'm good at this, so I can make a culture check and read people. I would like to try and analyze iteration 177 here to see what's up with them, or what might motivate them.
Absolutely, you can do that.
All right. Says it reduces the difficulty by 5 for me when I do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is going to be 18.
18. Yeah, you can tell that, especially with the reduced difficulty for you, I can give you pretty much all of the other skills that would be impressive to him. You know that Iteration 177 is a fairly highly placed member of the Aspes Consortium. You've actually, occasionally you'll see an article that he'll be mentioned in or something. You know that he's very interested, or they are very interested in surprisingly enough, magic and mysticism are things that they've shown a remarkable interest in. So anybody who can talk about that kind of thing, making a mysticism check, would be impressive. They're also very interested in well-traveled individuals, so a culture check to talk about some of the other cultures that you've come into contact with might be something that's impressive. You've already impressed them with with talking about some of one of the missions that you've been on with the society, but you could also try to one-up the story with a bluff check, attempting to sort of embellish perhaps one of your greater deeds. So you can use basically your remaining skills in an attempt to impress this person would be bluff, culture, and mysticism.
I just sort of look at them for a second and I say, Iteration 177, you seem to be a sentient of distinction and nuance. Might I perhaps interest you in a bit of a mystical display, the type that you wouldn't normally see in your shops or in your normal meetings and goings abouts?
Oh, indeed. I actually find that the study of magic is something of a pastime for me. Now, Gunnan, you would, so basically your action for this round would be to make that check. Now, your companions, I'll say that your companions know also what you found out.
Great.
But they'll actually have to make a check.
Yeah, I'm just saying it out loud so they know, because
absolutely.
after I say that, I
get
sort
it.
of get the slow rotate to Haven and Casca.
Yep, I get it entirely. I just wanted to make sure that that we were on the same page there. So yeah, you the captain gives you the heads up on some of the things that might impress Iteration 177, and at the mention of magic, Iteration 177 actually leans forward. Oh yes, I actually find that magic is something of I can't do any of it myself, but I find it to be something quite intriguing and fascinating.
Well, yes, if you go into the deeper concepts of it, and Haven would like to make a mysticism roll.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Because Haven is a mystic.
Just before you do that, Kazka, did you want to make an aid, or do you want to make your own check using a different skill, or even the same skill this round?
I don't have any of these skills, so I'll make an aid check.
Sure.
Oh, thanks,
Just so you know, aiding is fairly easy. It's only DC 10 to aid. So if you don't have a skill, aid is pretty good to rely on, because you only have to hit a DC 10, and then you give the person who's making the primary check a +2 bonus. So
Okay, let's see.
Fine.
I'll talk about Mystic Theory, and you'll do the sound effects for that, too.
I don't know. It's a 4.
So basically, as you start talking about magic, you've got Kazka being like, "Oh yeah, totally magic.
Yeah,
it does things. I've
She
seen
just
crazy."
she just starts
magic."
doing like a dancing lights in front of her, and then passes it to Haven, and like making
for the
it.
actual check. Oh, there wasn't a +2, so a 15. Does that?
15.
Sorry.
As you are talking about, you can see that Kazka just starts like making dancing lights, and it's a little bit distracting to both you and Iteration 177, who are like having trouble focusing on the conversation. But you can see Iteration 177. So it actually is. It is fairly interesting. I get your point. You actually seem to have some amongst your crew who are quite capable. In fact, I know that Witchweirds actually have some of their own innate magic, which is quite fascinating, and the Drow as well, as we can see from this demonstration. And despite the fact that you weren't getting that extra bonus, you do manage to get a success.
Oh, good.
Which brings you up to 2 successes with Iteration 177. Only 2 more to go, and that completes round 2 of our social encounter. We head back to the conversation with Zoe. Zoe has finished up repairing his replacing the lens on his drone after a little bit of a snafu. You know, Volterix, that this might actually be more your battleground than Maple's, because he wants to see action. He wants to see what you can do.
Yes.
He's not as interested in talk as maybe some of the other guests are. But what do you want to do?
Volterix, do you tell me that information via telepathy?
Oh yeah, telepathy.
Yeah. In a very jarbled way that was probably hard to understand, because a lot of it was probably like, he's Zoe.
So what I heard was, he loves jumping. Like, cool.
And maybe you can show him just how pretty you are or something. I don't know. But
Okay, I got it.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. What makes me look cool? All right, so would you like to see a display of the Decimara's talents? I know they're pretty rare out here since we're all the way from Koshoria, and like this is basically nowhere. But like we can do some pretty cool stuff, like innately. And
hey, look, if you've got cool things you could do, by all means, let me see. Just make sure. Eyes to the drones, right? We want to get that. We want to get that in the shot. He's like, let me reposition this real quick. All right, now show me what it is that you could do that is cool.
So what I want to do is sort of I don't know, and tell me if this is wasting anything, but I was gonna use my once a day twinkle to teleport, just to teleport to different spots, still within the camera area, and then use acrobatics to like kind of fly up and around. Just do some like cool.
Yeah, no, I like it. I tell you what, since you're gonna add that if you want to add that flair with the twinkle, then I will give you an additional +2 bonus to your check since you use that as you just appear in midair and begin weaving about.
Okay, so the twinkle I just get to do, and then that is you said 19 plus 6 is 25 plus 2 is 27.
Yes.
27. So yeah,
Nice.
you just appear in a shower of sparkles high above, where perfectly in frame for the drones, and begin flying about in a bunch of weaving patterns. All of the lights, I'm sure, casting quite a display from your backlighting on your clothes.
Yeah.
When I finish, I grab up like a handful of glitter from my glitter pocket that I have now, and I just go into the camera.
He's like, you know what? It's almost like I can see this. Like, I mean, imagine you flying above a battle, just glitter everywhere, while Volterix here is just shooting down alien menaces left and right. I love it. Personally, I think this would make a fantastic show. You guys actually work really well together. I wasn't so sure about you at first, but now I'm thinking together you make quite a pair. And that is another success towards impressing Zoe with Volterix up and still having an opportunity this round if you'd like.
I would sort of like him to turn around to notice that Volterix is gone because she is stealthing. Is that something?
So he's like, sure, yeah, no, I you know what? I buy it. I go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
It works for Batman. Where'd he go?
And he doesn't even have wings.
Yeah.
28.
28. Oh yeah. So he's like, you know what? I think the two of you make quite a pair. I wasn't so sure about you at first, but your friend. I don't know, where'd she go? I don't know. I guess it's just you and me now.
And then I want to like,
Volterix?
I want to like expand my wings up up above where he's standing, and then maybe do some sort of weird like flippy thing, and then land down in like a superhero pose with like my wings out and stuff.
Yes.
Sure. So with a 28, you easily managed to do a very impressive flippy thing, landing in the 3-point landing right in front of him as he is like, wait, there she is. This is fantastic. I can't believe all of it. We have got to sign some. I mean, this is fantastic. Seriously. Everybody up with the cameras, right? And that is another success towards impressing Zoe. You only need one more to have him in your pocket as we move over to the other half of our team, who is still engaged in conversation with Iteration 177. You've impressed him with your knowledge about magic. You've given him a rundown of one of your missions. You know that you could still impress him with some knowledge about alien cultures, or you could try to tell him a really impressive lie that'll make him think that you had a really exciting day with the Starfinder Society. It's up to you.
I feel like we can sort of feel the conversation shifting, that we're struggling a bit, and Kazka and Haven can just kind of look at each other and think about that one topic that they both get very excited about, and turn to them and say, have you heard about humans?
I've heard of them, yes. Please.
Wow.
You seem excited to tell me about them. Go ahead and make a culture check, I guess.
Both of us?
Oh, I'm pretty good at that.
If you both
I'll
want to
aid.
tell, again,
I'm
one
gonna
of you can
aid.
aid the other person.
I
Yeah,
don't
you can
have
try to aid.
culture.
Sure.
Dirty 20.
8. I'm gonna change my die. You suck.
Dice jail.
Dice jail.
I don't have
So that'll still be a success, but I'd love to hear what you tell iteration 177 about humans.
Well, their eyes are very squishy, and let's see, we know that they love bread.
Yeah, and cheese.
Yes, cheese. And, well, did you know that in ceremonies, they sometimes will pledge allegiance to each other for eternity? Isn't that strange?
Yes,
That is
it's like
quite
a
strange.
union of friendship and other things.
It is strange considering how short-lived they are that they pledge themselves for eternity. I always found that fascinating.
They believe in another being afterwards. Once they die, they go into the stars, I think.
Yes, they do have some rather odd religious beliefs, but that is something that we find across all of the many cultures of the Pact. I've had a pleasant time speaking with you. This is quite exciting.
Oh,
And
also,
again,
they've
go
managed
ahead.
to package yogurt into a portable package. It's called
there is a
Go-Gurt.
fascination with dairy. Yes.
It comes in different fruity flavors from their planet. Strawberry is my favorite. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
You have impressed iteration 177 3 times thus far. You need but one more success, and
Captain.
Gunnin, it's up to you. We can't hear you though.
It's up to me. Good. I was. It's funny because I was about to do something to try and push Zoe over the line, but that's all right. I lean back and I look at him and I say, might I share with you just one other piece of information, iteration 177?
You can indeed. I would love to. Please tell me, what is this one single piece of information that you have?
The reason why the Starfinder Society is seeking the investment of influential individuals such as yourself is we are about to launch a new mission out further than anyone has ever gone before, and our crew, will be commanding the flagship. I myself will be leading the next generation of Starfinders out further and farther and faster than any have gone before. And I got a 31 on my bluff.
Yeah!
Whoa. Whoa.
Well, it's to say, he's impressed. Did not know that.
Oh,
And
A sudden shift in command is going to be quite a shakeup, but
we
obviously.
literally cannot do it without you, iteration 177.
I understand. Yes, this is quite fascinating, and I thank you for sharing this with me. I
Highly
hope that divulging
classified,
such
though, of
classified
course.
indeed, of course, absolutely. I won't be telling anybody else about this. You can rest assured that information is safe until you make the proper announcements later on, of course.
Yes.
And
Thank
at this
you.
point,
I hope we can count on your support.
and indeed at this point, you can, because you have suitably impressed iteration 177.
Yay.
And gained influence with him
Humans.
Yeah.
in the name of society.
They do have very squishy eyeballs.
Very squishy eyeballs, and they love various dairy products.
So portable.
Those are all accurate statements about people, though.
Yes. So good. Cheese is great.
We move on to the next round of our little social encounter. Zoe still needs one more display of your impressive capabilities to push him over the edge. And of course, various numbers of you have the option to either engage with Zoe to attempt to help Maple and Volterix, or find a new person.
I might have just a simple way to put this over the top. Are there any more of those ceramic cups that she shot the last time?
The various vessels all around you. You can easily track down one of those ceramic cups, no problem.
If there's any 3 that are anywhere near Zoe, I just come over the comms and I'm like, Maple, Voltarix, don't move. And I shoot 3 of my magic missiles to arc like through their legs, like around their heads, like just past them. Like just like shatter 3 of the cups all around them.
Nice.
Sure. I like it.
From
Now,
like across
typically-
the room, like long range, like yeah, right.
I like it. Typically, magic missiles unerringly strike living targets. It doesn't really affect non-living targets or objects. However, this is impressive enough that what I would say is that basically instead of getting those automatic hits that you would usually get with magic missile, if you make an attack roll and are successful, you'll be able to direct those missiles towards the vessels and shatter them where the spell normally would not do that.
If it won't affect non-living matter, can I shoot his drones then? If it's not gonna hurt them anyway, just beams of light at his drones.
Any targets. It's really just I'm just justifying after the fact an attack roll for magic missiles where you normally wouldn't have to make one.
I was about to say, to tell you the truth, if there's a chance I'm going to miss, I'm not going to do it. The whole point was the accuracy. So
there would be a chance of failure on it.
Then I won't do that.
Okay. All righty. Well then, let's go ahead and start with Volterix. Do you want to make another showy display? Do you want to help Maple make a display? Or do you want to wait and see if one of your other companions will be the one to push Zoe over the edge?
I'm going to say I'm just going to be staring at Zoe kind of wide-eyed. And I'm going to mentally, telepathically talk to Maple. What do we do?
I mean, he seems to like us jumping around and shooting things, and
should I shoot him? No, I shouldn't shoot him.
Nope. Remember, no murder. That's what the captain said.
Right.
We could
based on the check you had made earlier, you still have you have not tried a bluff check against him or an athletics check, and you can attempt some of the skills you've already tried, such as another attack roll or an acrobatics check. It's just that the DC increases every time you try a skill that you've already tried to impress him with.
How would I use the bluff one exactly? Just telling him
bluffing is more like it's designed more like a feinting kind of maneuver. So, for example, basically just making an impressive display, either physical combat or shadow boxing, or something like pulling a gun on him and making an intimidating face, like you were going to shoot it. I don't know, however you want to justify it. It's just the bluff is the skill.
I got this, Volterix. I take out my carbon edge shuriken, of which I have a few.
Wow.
I just have these. I spent all my money at the very beginning of this. And I want to, just feint, throw them at him, where I'm not actually going to hurt him, but I'm going to just do that thing in Western movies where they hit just around him and the shape of him.
Yeah. Fantastic. Go ahead and make a bluff check.
Okay. Ding, 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 ding. That is a 14 plus 3. So that is a 17.
17. You start flinging shuriken towards him. And almost, he doesn't even seem to, he barely reacts, but the drones that are flying overhead instinctively move in to intercept the throwing stars, and each one thunk thunk thunk, and he's looking at it and he says, "Did you just throw throwing stars at me?"
Well, no, I was trying to do a trick.
I love it. This is fantastic. I've never seen anything so crazy in my life. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I knew that the Starfinder Society had some new faces that were going to be impressive, but you two, I can't believe it. You know what? I'm going to go talk to my people. They're going to get in touch with your people. By the end of the night, contracts that you can't even imagine how your lives are about to change. This is going to be fantastic. Hold on, I got to take some calls, but seriously, stick around, because at the end of the night, I want to talk to both of you further about some of these deals. And he actually wanders off. And he's immediately on a communicator, and he's just like, "These people are it's crazy. She threw throwing stars at me. I mean, who does that? It's just crazy enough to carry a show on its own." And you have gained influence with Zoe.
Not gonna lie, I'd watch it.
Yeah.
I walk around and I take my shuriken back out of the drones because I do want to keep those.
Yeah, I need those back, please. You have impressed Iteration 177 of the Aspes Consortium. You have impressed Zoe, but there are more guests at the party who require some special attention. and you know that one of them is Nyaj, a gnome who is still sort of standing off by herself in the corner of the room, doesn't seem to really be interested in engaging with anybody. There is a Yosoki scholar named Royo, who is still chatting it up with some people nearby. And then there is the parasitic isopod, Icarus, who is making the rounds, seems to be over at the buffet table. The half-elf host is like sampling various fruits.
Ooh,
Can I try and read the surly gnome? Because if she's having a bad night, I don't want to. I want to see like what's her deal, because she might storm out of here.
Sure, you try to get a read on the surly gnome. Go ahead and make a sense motive check.
If the group gets back together.
Can I do my?
Oh, you want to? Yeah,
can I
you want
do
to
my
because you
culture
can
thing?
use you can use culture for that. Because
That's 23.
23. Looking at her, she's wearing a society insignia. You know that she's actually a venture captain for the society, which is a fairly, she's one of the higher ranking members of the society. It's very likely that if you are with the society long enough, you may work directly under her command at some point.
Or replace it, yes.
She doesn't really look surly the more that you study her. It's just that she doesn't, that this just isn't really her scene. You don't get the sense that she's unapproachable. She's just sort of keeping to herself. She seems distracted by probably some work on a data pad that she's, furiously going through. She's basically that person at the party who is pretending to text all night to avoid engaging with anybody that they don't know. But you get the sense that she would be approachable if you wanted to. What you can remember about her specifically, as you're thinking about what you've read about various venture captains, is that she's a logistician. She's very impressed by she would be very impressed by computers, engineering knowledge, piloting, anything that you can relate to starship logistics. And she's also, with the success of your check, you know that she is particularly fond of teamwork, and those who use the aid another action while you are engaged with Nyaj actually get a +4 bonus instead of a +2 when making any of the checks to impress her.
Wow.
Hey, I come over the comms and I just say, I think Haven, Casca, and I have a pretty good handle on things over here. We should probably engage with Nyaj, Maple, and Voltarex. Who did you have in mind next? Or you could come with us if you so chose.
Voltarex, are you okay? That was kind of like stressful for you, I feel like.
Is this real?
all right. We're gonna hit up. You guys have Nyaj. Oh gosh, the two are both gross. I don't. What they are? Voltarex, they're gross. Which one should we talk to? One has a big boil on his neck, and the other one is a host parasite.
Oh, I always thought you were gonna say the boil on the neck is the person.
I thought that the Royo had a boil on his neck.
Royo is a Yosoki, which is basically like a rat folk type of person.
Little rat, yeah.
So yeah.
Voltarex, you don't care about either? I don't want to talk to anyone else, but if we have to, then yeah.
Cool. We go to we talk to Royo then.
Okay. So you head over to Royo. We will actually I'll deal with the other three who are going over to talk to Nyaj first. Obviously, Gunnan, you took your action this round to get a really good read on the Bleachling gnome and figure out what makes her tick. And you pass that information on to your team. So Haven and Kazka, you know that she's going to be particularly impressed with anybody who knows something about starship logistics. And she also is particularly impressed by teamwork. She is sort of, as you make your way over, she has like a grim look on her face. She's standing a little bit apart from the rest of the mingling crowd. You can clearly see the Starfinder Society insignia on her formal uniform. Though she stands about half the size of any of you, you get the sense that she'd be ready to wrestle the whole lot of you out the nearest airlock if you gave her a good reason to. She's heavily distracted by the data pad in her hands, paying almost no attention to the party, though she does look up and give you a sort of a courteous nod as you approach.
A gnome after my own heart.
Greetings. I am Havinovic, but you can call me Haven. This is Kazka and our Captain Gunnan.
Hello.
Pleased to meet you. I heard that you are some of our society's newest recruits. That's good. How are you finding your time with the society?
Well, we have had an interesting time, but I have not spent enough time behind the controls of a starship, if you know what I mean.
So you're a pilot then?
An ace pilot, and I've
Yes.
got the itch.
I've never met a
Yes.
pilot who didn't call themselves an ace.
Oh.
You can make a piloting check if you'd like to see if you could impress her with your knowledge of how starships work. And
I would like to assist.
Yay.
My big
I'll assist
This
you.
This is still the same round where you had done the read on her.
Oh, right.
So for next round, you can start assisting, but Kazka, you haven't. done
I
anything
will
this round
try
yet,
to
so-
assist.
Also,
Okay, I do.
Haven has a special ability, Theme Knowledge Ace Pilot. You're obsessed with starships and vehicles and have committed to memory almost every related tidbit of knowledge you've ever come across. So the difficulty of this to recall knowledge and culture checks is reduced by 5. And then I get an addition to my piloting check, which I will add.
Ooh. I like it. So she sort of actually, as you're talking about being an ace pilot, she says, yes, I've never met a pilot that didn't call themselves an ace. Tell me, how would you route these transports that are supposed to be coming in? They're telling me there's delays. You take a look at their routes and tell me if you can spot anything that might boost their efficiency.
Well, and then did I get an assist as well?
I rolled a 12, so yes.
Yeah.
Yay!
Kazka, from somewhere in the back of Kazka's mind, she's looking at the route. She's like, oh, wait, yeah, you could, if they actually did a little bit of a harder burn on this turn, they would
Right here.
increase their fuel efficiency.
Yes.
Gonna give you a +4 bonus to your check.
So Haven starts moving around the schematic in like a holographic way, and like almost like sports patterns of like moving over here and coming over there, and got a 34 on that piloting check.
Wow.
34 is such a rousing success that I will actually count that as 2 successes. As you sort of identify the inefficiencies in the transport routes, and you realize that any delays that they're talking about are very likely because the transport company is paying overtime. Their contract is for time, so they're trying to run out the clock. And you like tell her all this information. You plot out the route. You realize they could get here one full standard packed day sooner than they're implying. And she looks at the results. She's like, yeah, you're right. I like that. Let me just, and she sends a message really quick. And you can see this little smirk on her face. Just don't worry. I fixed this. Thanks for the help.
Someone just got fired.
And indeed, you have all achieved 2 successes towards
Yay.
impressive.
Yeah.
Good job, Hayden.
As Maple and Volterix, I believe you guys were going to. Who were you going to?
Royo.
Royo.
Royo. So you actually are stepping up to an elderly Isoki who stands. He's wearing a suit of formal wear, several years out of fashion, and he's got a thick pair of silver-rimmed spectacles, almost unheard of on a station where getting corrective surgeries are as common as buying a new shirt. Tucked beneath one arm is a folio containing actual sheets of printed paper. And on one corner of a sheet that's sticking out from one of the folders, you can see scribbles of handwritten notes in actual ink.
Wow.
And as you approach the conversation, you hear Royo is sort of talking. Yes, and I was saying that Castrovel, when they went there, they found all of these ancient statues that had patterns across the face of the figures, which I found to be quite fascinating. There was no indication of how these patterns were actually imprinted as the tools. And then he sees that the two of you have come. He's like, "Oh, yes. What's hello? Yes. He seems to not really. It's like, can I help you?
Hey, that's some like crazy stuff happening in your hand right there. Is that paper? I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yes, it's paper. Of course, it's paper. See, look, it's just some of my notes that I was carrying on.
Wow, that's so much. Thank you. That's amazing. Great.
I find that far too many people rely on digital transference and storage of information. I mean, what happens if you get hacked? You get a virus. It's madness.
Well,
it's foolishness.
help me.
Something that I write down.
Can I do a sense motive?
As you are listening to this guy talk, go ahead and make a sense motive check.
This Yoki is the opposite of people, and it's destroying.
I love it. I know. And Volterix is just literally like soaking it in. Dirty 20.
Ooh. Dirty 20. Yeah, I mean, you get a pretty good read on this guy as he's going on and on about the benefits of paper and books and eschewing computers and not storing your data on databases and how unreliable digitization is. You know that this guy, he comes from the old school, but he's very, very smart, but he's sometimes a little bit of a bore to talk to. You know that if you can gauge him on any kind of physical science, life science, mysticism, or culture that you have, if you can sort of impress him by showing that you too know a breadth of scholarly things, you might be able to impress him. You know that it is very likely that you would take a penalty to any kind of check where you are talking about computer sciences or sort of talking about the benefits of technology. That would actually, he would dislike that.
Battery's bad. Okay. And Volterix, can you tell me this information?
Oh, yes.
Wow, I don't know anything about Legmosabat, but I am pretty mystical. I have a +5 to mysticism.
Sure.
So, hey, so all of this is great. Thank you for all that information about, it's not really important. I'm a member of the Starfinder Society, and we accept everyone here. And actually, I'm a witch warper. I don't know if you ever met one of us before.
Yes. It was back in AG 143.
Oh my god, that's amazing! So cool! Wow,
we knew all about alternative reality.
Oh my god, it's so good! I just try to say that's so good really loud. I'm gonna go ahead and do a display, I guess, or actually no. Yeah, I'm gonna roll mysticism to engage him in this way, even though I'm not really listening to him. I'm going to pretend, and I'm going to answer his question.
Play along. He makes some comments in all the right places as he tries to sort of explain his theories on witch warping.
Oh god. Okay, that's a 10. Is that anything?
10. As he's going on, he can at one point he actually is snapping. He's like, "Are you even paying attention to what I'm saying?" As I was mentioning that the young man. He actually turned the thing inside out, which was physically impossible at the time, except that he had merged the reality with one which it was possible.
Sounds
and
like a 10.
He's going, and you just cannot seem to focus on this. And you have gained one failure towards the towards impressing Roy.
I should switch people.
What kind of pen does he have?
He's got a sort of it's a metal like one of those fancy
Fountain
gold ones
pens?
that you would twist to pop the ink out. But this actually takes us to the takes us into the top of the next round for this. So you can do things. You have actions now. So what do you want to do next, Volterix?
I'm gonna kind of look at his pen.
Sure.
So you don't like technology, but you like that pen.
Well, this one, yes, it's my very favorite pen. In fact, not very many people use pens these days. They prefer to, use the old keyboard that everybody is so reliant on these days. I say, break away from the keyboard and go back to our roots.
Voltarx is gonna reach behind her and pluck out a feather.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's gonna kind of go to the top of his pipe and just kind of dab the top of the feather into the pipe and hand it to him and say, well, I mean, if you want to go back to how things used to be, why aren't you using this?
Why? Because I've never had one of these before. I'm quite impressed by this gift. Perhaps if you roll a check right now.
Can it be culture?
Is not covered. You know what? I'll actually go with culture on this.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was going for. That's a 23.
Yeah.
Indeed, the quill pen is something that we have gotten far too far away. I love it. I would actually have to find some actual ink pots. I think there was some back in my study. I would have to. Oh, this is very exciting. I thank you for this gift. This is quite fascinating. You know that the first people to use quill pens were actually a society of monks back then. And he starts going on his long-winded story about the invention of the quill pen on various different planets, because it was, of course, invented by different societies at the same time across the pack. It's just absolutely mind-numbing. But you have indeed gained one success with him, with your display. Maple, you can see that Volterix has seemed to gotten an inroad with this guy.
Oh, do I get another turn? I thought we were going through. Okay.
We're on. Now we're on a new turn, and Volterix had something she wanted to do, so we're just not doing it in the same order every time.
Okay. I desperately want to leave, but I'm going to stay with my friend and help. God damn it!
Now, just so you know, you actually can go. Like, you can go and engage with another guest, and then come back to him later. You don't have to do it all in a row. You can if you're feeling like I just can't do this.
Okay. I want to try to regale him with the culture, the details about the culture of Koshoria, my home planet, and the aristocracy and how it works. And because my background is Agent of Chaos / Noble Scion, I get to reduce the DC of culture checks to recall this kind of knowledge and etiquette, blah, 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 by 5.
Okay. I like it. Just keep in mind that it's the same skill that Volterix just used, it won't. Your reduction of the DC is going to outweigh what attempting it. So that I'm just letting you know the bonus isn't quite as big as it normally would be.
What is what is the detriment again from doing it twice?
The using the skill multiple times, it's -2 for each time you use it, but you're reducing the DC by 5, so you still have a net change of 3 in your favor.
Oh, okay, that's a 21 total.
Oh, easy peasy.
Nice.
And as you start telling him all about your what's your home planets?
So my home planet is called Kashar. You might have heard of it. It's like pretty cool, but I know like a lot of people haven't gone there yet because it's sort of like on like the edge. Anyway, I don't really want to talk about that part. But what's really cool is that, and you can't tell anybody this, I know a lot about the aristocracy because I might have like an in on that knowledge. You know what I'm trying to say? So there's like a bunch of families that all like rule different parts. And I just start going on and on about how the royalty there works and like way too much detail because it's the only culture I know about.
And as you're doing this, you can see that you actually really caught his attention, and he's like, "Oh yes, indeed, indeed, we have far too few Decimar making the trip out to Absalom Station. I'm delighted to hear anything that you can tell me about your society." And he actually, at one point, takes the quill that Volterix had given him and starts writing down notes in his little folio as you are explaining your society to him, and you've gained another success towards impressing Royo. The other half of the team over with Nyaj, she seems quite pleased as she fires off an angry email towards the transport companies and tells them to get their butts in gear and get to the station on time or find another job. And what do you want to do? You know that sorry, I was just gonna say, you know that computers and engineering are still things that you might use, although another piloting skill could come in handy, though at a -2 penalty since you've already used it. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm going to attempt a bold stratagem here, and I just say, apologies, Captain. It seems some of my team might be struggling a bit. I'm going to have to step away to assist them.
No problem at all.
Trying to pull double duty of showing teamwork to her and bailing them out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I like
nice. Yeah.
and I'm going to head over to join them, and I want to try and read him on my way over to see, because Maple's clearly flustered, and I don't know why.
Sure.
So, that's let's see, that is going to be a 26.
26. Yeah.
Yeah.
As you sort of approach Royo, and you're getting a sense for the conversation as Maple is explaining about her culture and her home planet, you get the sense that, again, this guy, he's an old school scholarly type. He wants if you can impress him by telling him anything that you know about the world, that's gonna get his attention. He is particularly impressed by anything if you can talk about physical science, life science, mysticism, or culture. You can suitably impress him.
Excellent. Well, having bowed out over there and approached over here is going to be it for me, though.
Okie dokie. Haven and Kazka, you've been left alone with Nyaj, who seems quite pleased for the moment. Even at this point, calling over one of the waiters and grabs a drink for herself for probably the first time tonight. This is so. It seems that when we recruited, we actually got some competent people in place, which is fantastic. I believe the First Seeker has some pretty major announcements about the direction that the society is going to be taking for the rest of the year. So it's good to know that we have some sharp minds behind us.
Indeed. Are you in favor of the direction that the Starfinder Society is going?
Quite honestly, I don't know what it's going to be. I'm just in the dark. I'm in the dark as much as anybody else here. But I'm sure that Miss Sabo, despite the fact that she hasn't actually been officially nominated the First Seeker, will do a fantastic job.
Perhaps, perhaps if we were to implement some of these management strategies that the Shirin tend to use, and I would like to do a culture check.
Culture check. Okay. I like.
Oh wait, was that one of them?
No, with her,
Not for
they've
her.
got computers and engineering.
Oh, wait, I don't have either of those.
Me neither.
Sadly, I have both.
I know.
And teamwork, like teamwork.
Yeah.
Isn't it great to have a captain that takes care of his crew, Haven, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, actually, if we wanted to be the most efficient in planning out these routes to get to these places, and I'm going to do another piloting because that is what Haven is good at.
It's a little bit more difficult, but it's not impossible.
Yeah.
Kazka, do you want to aid?
Yes, I will
All right.
aid.
The DC 10, and you can give him a +4 bonus.
Nope, that's an 8.
Oh, but I got high math.
All
It's
right.
fine.
Okay,
A
good.
19 plus 13 is
No.
what? 30?
Jeez.
32.
Yeah. As she's as you're sort of almost like looking over her shoulder and seeing that there are some other messages coming in, other things that she's trying to route, and you start pointing out various other places where you can make some of the transport duties more efficient. And she at some point just sort of like stops talking and is just listening to you, occasionally typing things into the data pad at your suggestion. And before too long, you have suitably impressed her
Oh,
with-
thank God.
all of the various ways that you can increase the efficiency of the society's logistics as regarding to personnel and material transport over the next several weeks.
Yay.
Yay.
Good job.
That takes us into another round. And we move back over to Royo, where we've got now Gunnin, Maple, and Volterix. You guys have 2 successes and only 1 failure, so you've still got a solid chance of impressing this Yusoki scholar.
The second the captain gets there, I'm gonna, in our minds, I'm gonna say to Maple, "Oh, thank God the captain's here," and I'm gonna give her a look, and then I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna walk away.
Just walks away. It's just like, well, see you later.
I'm gonna go
Peace
find
out.
Haven. I
Yeah.
don't know if Maple will follow, but that was the look I gave of like, "Here's your out. Let's go."
Yeah.
What? The captain's coming over here. Okay. I say.
Okay, you're gonna stay. Is there something that you want to try on your own, or are you just going to hope that the captain has a brilliant idea and you want to aid him in it?
Oh God. I am just looking at the words physical science and life science and being, what does this mean? I guess I will. I will let like. By the way, this is my captain. If you want to like stop talking for like 2 seconds. And like he's so knowledgeable about all sorts of things. Help me! I just kind of put in front of me.
At this point, Royo looks up at you and says, "Oh, yes, a witchweird. Wonderful. I've heard quite a great deal about your people. I believe that you have the innate ability." And he just starts rattling off facts about witchweird, some of which are actually wrong. But what do you
Part
do?
of my diplomatic training is I can use culture in lieu of life science.
Aha!
Okay. I like it.
If you remember that episode of Star Trek where they had that very annoying Starfleet officer that they sick data on to have a more annoying conversation with, I very much look at him and I'm like, yes, that is a common misconception about the witch weirds. And I sense Maple dying slowly. I just say, if you want to check in on the other Maple, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with this interesting gentleman.
And I like run.
We
and I got a 22 to
22.
talk life science with him.
As you are talking about some of the finer points of witchweird culture and correcting some of the misconceptions that Royo had, you can see that he's very interested to fill in gaps in his knowledge. He's like, "Oh yeah, well, thank you. I am embarrassed to say that occasionally, and even I am subject to misinformation sometimes. So I'm grateful indeed to have an expert here to tell me all about your people." And
well, yes, my
culture
family
seems
does
fantastic.
hailed from a long line of royalty. Common misconception, it's the hoods, you see. People can't see our faces, and so they don't understand what we're doing most of the time. I would be happy to enlighten you, and perhaps you can enlighten me about this delightfully antiquated writing device you have here. And just nerd out with this dude.
Yeah, sure. He starts talking about this quill pen that he just got from a Strix, or a random Strix. Now,
Keep that
Voltaire.
close. It'll be hard to replace.
Exactly. Volterix and Maple, you both actually still have actions for this round, technically. So you can approach somebody new, or you could go see. I don't know. What do you want to do with them?
I'd like to go see Icarus.
Sure.
Name?
Icarus, yes. You approach a very well-dressed, handsome-looking half-elf who has immaculate attire. And he turns his head. You see this grayish centipede-like creature that is clinging to the base of his skull that runs all the way down his back underneath his clothes. As you approach, you see that the creature's many legs are actually sunk deep into the half-elf's spine. He's sampling some fruits at the buffet table when you approach.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on with the? Hi, hello. I'm Maple. Might have heard of me. Part of the Starfinder Society. I'm very famous around here. And you're and you are? Oh, amazing.
I am Icarus. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I definitely didn't know that. Amazing. Quick question. This is really probably super personal. Just met. What's going on with the little buggy friend on your neck there, bud?
Oh no, you misunderstand. I am Icarus.
You're the bug. You're both things.
Well, that is one word to put it. Interesting choice of words. I wouldn't call it so much that, but yes.
Listen, I'm a buggo, so I can
isopod.
call their bugs bugs. Like it's sort of like, it's fine.
Please, no,
That's our word.
I am not offended. I simply, it has been a long time since somebody has referred to me as a bug.
I actually said buggo, but it's fine. You'll get like with it. So what is your, why are you interested in the Starfinder Society? And then I want to do a sense motive check with him.
Sure.
Please. I guess
make
them.
that check.
I keep losing my d20. Where the heck did it go? Wow. Okay. This is fine. Okay, that is not great. That is 13. Is that anything?
19. No, that's still enough. The DC for the sense motives is relatively low. As you're talking to Icarus and sort of getting the idea of who he is and why he's there, he says, well, I am actually a representative of Scoured Labs. We are primarily biotechnicians, and we find that there are various augments and symbiotic relationships one might form with technology, and some of it even living. It's quite a interesting endeavor, and the Starfinder Society has requested perhaps a partnership in the future. With your check, you would know that you can use culture to talk about the Starfinder Society and sort of formulate how an alliance between the Starfinder Society and Scoured Labs might be beneficial to both parties. You can use life sciences to engage with Icarus about biotechnology, or in the same vein, a medicine check would allow you to engage with him about various biological augmentations.
Okay,
And as you're standing there, he also mentions, you seem to be quite interested in how this symbiotic relationships works. I could demonstrate it for you if you would like.
Oh my god, I'm totally good. Like, I'm so okay with that. I'm like totally, I get it. I immediately understood as soon as you explained it. So thank you for that amazing explanation. I'm so totally good with not. Yes, let's not do that one though. No.
Of course, I would never merge with somebody who did not request it. But if you are curious, know that it is a fairly painless process, and it would give you quite an interesting insight into the relationship between me and my host here.
Take me out to dinner first. Okay. And then I don't know if I could use this like a bonus action, just like telepathically tell everyone that these are this guy's points.
Yeah, you can relay that knowledge about Icarus for free, basically.
Don't let him touch you with his bug. I mean, himself. I don't know. Itself. It's confusing.
Wait, there are free parasite rides? I'm coming over.
Oh my God.
Volterix, you still actually have an action this round. Do you?
I wanted to just find Haven because I'm sick of holding this bug candy thing. And so I want to find Haven and be like, here, are you hungry?
Come with me. And Haven is booking it over to Icarus, but will eat the candy along the way.
Great. As soon as you unwrap it, it's like it has these weird little pseudopod that start to like immediately unravel, and you have to very quickly put it in your mouth, and you can feel it like crawling around in there for a minute, and then you swallow it, and it tastes good. It's one of those flavors that you're not really sure whether you like it. It's not bad. The experience of eating it is very strange for certain. You're just not sure if you would eat another one or not. It's difficult to say, but it was definitely not something you regret.
Slimy yet satisfying.
And then you make your way over to Maple, who is standing next to Icarus.
Greetings.
At this point, all of your conversations are interrupted by a buzzing from your personal communication devices, and you see a priority message from Radazam asking you to meet privately in an adjoining conference room.
Aww.
So good talking to you. Duty calls. Duty, let's go. And I leave.
Yeah, I follow.
We'll start heading back.
Mm-hmm.
You all move into this conference room, and Radazam is waiting for you there. He seems quite pleased that you all immediately rush to deal with this announcement. He also seems to be oddly excited. He looks at all of you and he says, I've just got word. There's going to be an assassination attempt on the first Seeker.
Oh, I'm excited.
Is where we will take our break. We'll come back in just a few minutes. Because
Hey there.
Huh?
You, with the wet sponge. You're late. We were supposed to meet at Blue Rise Tower. I need your help.
My help?
Yes, you. Just ask... Hold on. Alexa, open the Starfinder game. You know we can't pull off this hostile takeover without you. Now come on!
I've got your back.
Join the adventure.
Paizo's newest releases arrive at your favorite local game store and Paizo.com on February 24th. The Pathfinder Lost Omens Ancestry Guide places the spotlight on the ancestries and heritages of the Inner Sea, like Genekin, androids, kitsune, sprites, and more, providing information on their cultures and place in the world and more with 350 new ancestry feats to round out any character concept. The Pathfinder Advanced Player's Guide is now available in Pocket Edition. This full-color, soft-cover rulebook contains the Investigator, Oracle, Swashbuckler, and Witch classes, plus new ancestries, backgrounds, heritages, and feats. New adventures for Pathfinder and Starfinder are now available. A time-displaced alchemist hires the characters to clear out his former master's abode, which has become infested with oozes over the intervening millennia in Pathfinder Bounty Cleanup Duty. This one-hour adventure is easily placed into any fantasy campaign. The Pathfinder Adventure Path Abomination Vaults continues with Hands of the Devil, in which the heroes explore a sprawling mega-dungeon to stop an ancient evil from extracting its monstrous vengeance. The White Glove Affair continues the Fly for Your Die adventure path for Starfinder, in which players take on the role of a merchant crew with an experimental starship, trying to get rich, escape interplanetary assassins, and outwit their rivals. If you're looking for more standalone, single-session adventures for your game, discover these new Pathfinder Society and Starfinder Society releases. Each can be easily adapted for an evening of tabletop gaming. Snakes in the Grass dispatches Pathfinder player characters to secure agreements with the Hobgoblin Nation. It's all up to the characters to make a strong impression with the Hobgoblins, all while foiling any attempts of a rival organization to make inroads of their own. Called to the city capital, a group of Pathfinders quickly find themselves assigned to investigate a clandestine fighting tournament taking place in the streets in a gilded test. Pathfinder Adventure Path Lost in Flames. A group of heroes must uncover the truth behind what is happening around the ruins of a Cyclops city and begin putting a stop to a plan set in motion thousands of years ago. In the Starfinder adventure Clone Batch Catastrophe, the heroes discover an automated system that has produced clones of a single person to populate most of the large underground cavern. Can the Starfinders uncover the source of the malfunction and save the vault's residents before it's too late? In Secrets and Stillness, the Starfinders travel to a Kasathan world ship to follow a bloody trail left by a clever killer, and, if they aren't careful, risk becoming the enigmatic predator's next prey. Whether your party is looking for contacts in the criminal underworld or fleeing from an angry thieves guild, the Pathfinder Flipmat Classics Red Light District is the perfect accessory for your urban encounters. Aliens and NPCs come alive on your tabletop with the Devastation Arc Pawn Collection, featuring more than 100 creature pawns with a Starfinder adventure path of the same name and easily adaptable to any tabletop science fantasy RPG. Stage the scene for epic science fantasy adventures with the Starfinder Flip Tiles Alien Planet Starter Set. This boxed collection of map tiles can be used to construct never-ending extraterrestrial jungles full of strange hazards and deserts teeming with bizarre fauna, providing tons of options for planetary encounters. And finally, 5 new alien species await you with Starfinder Alien Character Cards. Whether you're a player who wants an easy reminder of your character's racial traits or a game master looking to quickly populate a Katina on a distant world, this deck features beautiful full-color art and PC-focused rules references. Find your path to friendship and adventure with these new releases and more at Paizo.com and your favorite local game store.
So, you used to work for Edge Corp, huh? Taking it to the edge and all that. You were just a long hauler, shipping cargo from one planet to another for low pay, worse benefits, and the promise of a bonus that never showed up. Now, you're your own boss, looking for cargo you can buy for cheap and sell for bank. Jobs are everywhere. Absalom Station, sure, but the Veskarium too. Near space, even the vast. Get used to the drift, cause you're gonna be flying long hauls. And some of the things that live in that place, they don't like visitors. I heard Edge Corp is still after you. Something about a stolen ship? And the Golden League is after you too? You got a long list of enemies, hotshot. You better start making some friends. Cause if there's one thing I've learned in a lifetime of carrying freight, it's that every bill comes due. If you really want to be free to go where you want, do as you please, you're gonna have to settle up with these people. And revenge ain't cheap. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Gather your crew and prepare to embark on the journey of a lifetime as you explore the packed worlds of the Starfinder universe, taking on the role of a science fantasy hero customized to fit your playstyle. But danger lurks amongst the stars. Will you fight back with advanced weaponry and cunning tactics? Or will your hero wield the devastating forces that fuse magic and technology together to alter reality? Your crew must come together if you have any hope of victory. In Starfinder, every decision drives the adventure as you build an epic saga with your friends. Bring your story to life in a game where the fate of the worlds rests on the answer to the most important question of all. What do you do? Begin your journey into the Starfinder universe today with the Starfinder Beginner Box, now available at Paizo.com, your local gaming store, and anywhere else adventure can be found.
Everybody, welcome back. It is time for the second half, our second episode of Scoured Stars. We are playing through the Year of the Scoured Stars, Starfinder Society scenarios. It has been an exciting one so far. We've done a shopping montage. We've had a dinner party. And,
in space.
I'm in space. All in space.
space.
That's what makes this way more exciting. But it hasn't just been me. All of my lovely players have been with me the whole ride.
Yes. Look at
Yay.
Yay!
I love a quick peek at Walter's entrance.
Yeah,
Love it.
it's amazing every time.
Wait, what happened? What I do?
I just
It's
said
a
I
quick
love
entrance.
I love a good slide in B-Dave Walter's entrance.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes, hello. Hello, everyone.
Just before break, you had been called away from the party by Radazam, leader of the Inquisitives, who has almost gleefully told you that there is going to be an assassination attempt on the first Seeker tonight. While that may be cause for alarm, Radazam seems oddly calm. He says, we've got something of a situation. So I hear from one of my contacts that someone has been hired to take a shot at the first Seeker. Look, the thing is, I've actually got enough security here, but I don't think this is a real threat. Besides, Loazi's no stranger in a fight. But it would look bad for the society if someone takes a shot at her at our own party. Makes it seem like we can't handle our business. On the other hand, if a crack team of Starfinders were to investigate the rumors, unmask the assassin, well, we'd be able to show that we can handle our own and add some flair to the announcements we're making tonight. You understand? So here's the thing. Defeat the assassin in style, impress the investors, make yourselves look good in the process. Does it sound like something you can handle?
Well, we're already dressed to impress.
Especially equipped. Mm-hmm.
So
Great.
it's like, is murder back on the table? I know Volterix wants to know. You can see it in her eyes.
Me too.
Okay, also Casca.
As long as you make a good show of it. I mean, I don't know. Somebody's been hired as an assassin. Take them out. Again, just make it look good. And don't get any investors hurt. That would be bad for our reputation.
It shouldn't be that difficult.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. Look, my
So-
sources tipped me off, says that this would-be assassin has been traced to a rented engineering bay in Sparks. So the thing is, we don't actually know who it is yet. But if you can get into there, check out the engineering bay quickly and quietly, buy obsidian spiders, keep things locked down here. If you can get back fast enough with some solid information that'll ID the assassin, we might be able to take this before it gets out of hand.
So unstun those guns, kids.
Unstun those guns.
It might be worth trying to take a captive, but fine. That is why I brought 2 guns. Yes,
Yeah, Voltarx whips out the giant sniper rifle tucked beneath her wings.
I mean, captive is okay. That's really up to you. I'm just saying, you have free reign to decide how you're going to do this.
Well, first, let's go take a look, and we'll decide on the escalation of violence once we arrive.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
I've got a transport waiting on the roof that'll take you right down to this engineering bay. Zip down, find out what you can, then head back here as quickly as you can. Sound all good? Oh, and before you go, I got a message. Somebody requisitioned some extra supplies. It looks like you made quite an impression on old Nyaj. He actually pulls up a crate. Says she pulled up some stuff from stuff that had been forgotten in the armory. Looks like you've got some screamer grenades. He passes a pair of grenades across the table. Fang blade, some business stationware, and then an extra 3,000 credits. This looks like it's coming from Zoe Media. I guess you guys impressed him as well.
Zoe!
So you all have an extra 3,000 credits, 2 screamer grenades Mark 1, a fang blade, and some business stationware.
I thought you were
What
going
is
to say
business? Oh, right. Oh, got it. Right.
like business stationery, and I was like, it has my letterhead on it.
True, that's my
You can count business cards.
Mr. Gunnan is my father.
Yeah.
Yes, I do say to him, yes, we had great success with Iteration 177, Nyaj, and Zoe. We were in the process of engaging Icarus in Rio, but hopefully we'll still have a chance to show our worth before the night is over.
Well, I'm sure everybody will be suitably impressed by, again, a demonstration from a crack team like yourselves. Taking down an assassin right in front of the whole lot. We couldn't have asked for a better opportunity. Just don't screw it up, because then people will die. The wrong people.
Well, if
All
you
right.
shoot the right person, then it won't be the wrong people.
He's very much Gunnan turns and looks at Voltarix and Casca, and both of them kind of dressed up and uncomfortable, and he says, okay, fine. Unstun those guns.
And she turns back to normal.
Yeah, we all switch our holographic thingy off. Ding ding.
Haven is still in the dress.
Yeah, Gunnan very much still has this on, the lights and everything.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
well, let us be off.
guidance, please activate navigation to the roof.
Certainly.
What is
As
the
you
roof
are
look like?
making your way towards one of the lifts that will take you to the roof, on all of your personal devices, you hear that voice again, which says, last time we spoke, you had requested a better, less annoying voice. Does this work for the group of you? I can change it if you would like.
Could you talk like Zoe?
I have the
I can
Zoe
mimic Zoe.
filter.
Zoe. That has an exclamation point on it. He paid for that.
I don't like it.
I can't do that voice too often in public, as he has copyrighted his own voice signature. It would get us in quite a bit of legal trouble.
These are all bad. Keep working on it. All right.
I'll get back to you and find a voice that you will enjoy.
Thanks, guidance.
At that point, the lift doors open. You see that there is indeed a short-range transport waiting with a pilot already with the engines gunned, ready for you to pile aboard. As soon as you do, the transport lifts off and takes you down to Sparks. Once you are there, guidance actually activates a nav beacon to the engineering bay that had supposedly been rented to this would-be assassin. As you make your way along the navigation route, you soon come to a stained plastic door that is no different from the many dozens lining a grimy hallway. A glaring LED lighting strip illuminates the address code imprinted along the doorframe, marking it as the one you are looking for. Every few seconds, this light, along with all the others along the corridor, flicker briefly. Though the sounds of industry still echo through the corridors, this section clearly sees less traffic and is currently devoid of any passersby, which is probably good because you're all standing there in cocktail dresses and finery when there are like exposed wires hanging around. Like you guys are in party finery in a section of Sparks that is, let's say, not appropriate for such attire.
This would explain the business wear that he gave us, but
you see the disappointment in Haven's antenna as they switch off the holographic emitter.
I just put a hand on Haven's shoulder and say, "You were very pretty, and we'll go out again soon, I promise."
Thank you, Captain.
Possibly right after we're done murdering this assassin.
Ooh, yay.
That is true. Unfortunately, I can only get so not silver right now, but I do turn off the all of mine too.
Yeah, I go back to my regimental dress, Mark 1.
Marked 1.
Deactivating all of the holograph emitters, and all of you now look much more like your rough and tumble selves.
Get ready to roll.
Do we need to put these business clothes on?
Probably.
Okay.
You don't you don't really see any. Once you guys actually had still had all of your armor on anyway.
Yeah.
Most of the look
that's
was
okay.
all holograph anyway.
Okay.
So you guys are fine. It was really just it's all flavor stuff.
That's for later.
Are we able to make a perception check to see if there's anything in front of us?
Yeah. Sure. Standing on the door, make a perception check.
Ooh, that's going to be a 21.
Ooh.
21. You're looking at the door, and you see that there's this flashing LED panel that you would normally swipe a card across or punch a combination into to gain access to a rented engineering bay like this. And you can see that the panel has recently been removed. And cautiously, once you notice that, you start looking at it, you realize that this access panel has actually been rigged so that anybody who touches it to try to gain access to the engineering bay will experience quite a shock.
This data pad here, it has been tampered with.
Shockingly tampered with?
Indeed.
Why don't we just shoot it from far away and will it not open like that, or?
Well, let me take a look at it. And Haven's gonna move up towards the panel. Captain, may I see your communicator, please?
Yes, of course. And I hand it over.
And they look at the communicator and see that it's a little bit low on battery. It's like halfway through. And Haven is going to actually start moving slowly in practiced motions and then reach out towards this panel. And they're going to cast Transfer Charge. Move charges from one power source to another.
Wow.
So they're going to take the electric charge from this and charge the captain's communicator for them.
Wow.
Sure. You managed to do this. You sap away some of the built-up charge in the pad. There's far more than the capacity of a battery, but I will say that if any of you trigger this trap at this point, I will actually reduce the damage that it can deal thanks to the fact that you have actually depowered the device by a significant amount. It's still there. It's still dangerous, but not quite as dangerous as it was.
Anyone else need to top off? This is a cantrip.
It's recycling. I like it. Very ecologically responsible.
So,
what skill would be involved in trying to disarm the trap?
Sure. You could attempt an engineering check to try to disable the power device without setting off.
I would like to try that.
Sure.
Like, step back, everyone. Going to attempt to disable the device. That is a 22.
Yeah.
Very carefully, especially now that you realize that what they've actually done is rigged up several unstable batteries and rerouted too much power to the data pad so that if it's messed with, it'll basically just short out and blast whoever tries to get in. You manage to disengage the power source itself without discharging any of it into your own fragile mortal body. And now you realize if you could hack through the data pad, the door should be able to open safely.
Hail and hearty for a witch weird. I would try that. I bust out all 4 arms there. That's going to be a 24.
That's right. Hacking with 4 arms.
Hacking with 4 arms. However, can I tell anything about, like, is there any type of, like, signature in this trap? Like, is this the type of thing that you could very easily learn on, like, the broadband data network? Is this a military trap? Is there, like, anything? Is this those accursed who are those dudes? I wrote down their names. The blue rise agents.
Oh, right.
Like anything like that? Yeah.
Or obsidian spiders.
You don't, because the trap was rigged up using basically the engineering bay's own power sources. Like, this isn't like a bomb that was placed. There's no equipment that was added. So what you can tell is that this isn't some kind of device that was planted. This was basically a jury-rigged, hastily done trap. And you can tell that whoever did it very likely has a background in incendiary explosives and makeshift explosive devices.
I recount all of that to the team, and I also radio it back to Radizan that they may be trying to bring down the whole building, sir. Maybe have the spiders check around the foundations and the roof.
You get a ping of acknowledgement a few seconds later. You know that Radizan's got the message, and at this point, you've hacked through the door, and you can open it whenever you choose.
I actually don't open it. I just step back and look at Kazka and Voltarex, and I just step back and out of the way.
I'm just gonna ready my sniper at the door.
I have my sword.
Okay.
And I activate my armor.
Okay. And
I thought Casca would open the door. Sorry, I'll kick the door down.
Sorry.
I'll open the door.
Voltarex steps forward, sniper rifle in hand, flings the door open to reveal a terrible sight.
No.
Rusted crates and plastic barrels crowd this cramped workspace. Discarded, ready-to-eat packaging, beverage pouches, and packing material litter the space. A ledge along the south wall holds a stack of rubber mats in an approximation of a bed beside a high-quality industrial backpack. Ragged wires droop from exposed conduits on the north wall, occasionally showering the room in sparks as the lights flicker. Chewing on some of these exposed wires are 2 purple-fleshed creatures with glowing nodules on their bodies. They don't appear to be eating the cables themselves, but instead almost sucking the electrical current out of them like they were straws. They both shriek with rage as their meal is interrupted, and we will turn to the map and roll initiative as you are attacked by these horrid creatures.
They're kind of cute.
I like them.
Yeah.
Ooh. 24.
Oh,
All right, let me pop over to our initiative tracker. That's 24 for Voltarex. Who's next? Maple?
16.
16 for Maple.
A 9 for Haven.
9 for Haven. You've not had great initiative.
They're not fast.
21.
21 for Gunnin. Captain usually does get good initiatives. And then Kazka, what are you looking at?
Kazka was too impressed by Voltarix's kicking down the door and stepped aside, and she dropped her gun and rolled a 1, so that's a 3.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Yeah.
There was a moment like you got all ready, and then there was that argument about like, well, are you going to open the door? I was like, well, I thought you were going to open the door. Caught by
Apparently,
surprise.
yep. Pulled my sword out, my gun fell on the floor.
Which feels very Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, Volterix,
We won't.
go ahead.
No, I'm just like, we won't tell anyone what happened.
Yeah.
Volterix, you kick down the door. You see these horrible creatures that look up from their meal of electricity, bearing fangs and crackling with electrical current running through their body, and you react with lightning fast reflexes. It is your turn first.
And I've already drawn my sniper, so I'm going to shoot it.
All right, you are just going to blast one of them. Now, one of them is sort of half hidden behind some crates on the far eastern side. He would get cover, but the other one, you have a clear line of sight to. So,
Alrighty, I'll shoot the one with clear line of sight first, and that's going to be a 22 to hit.
22 does it, my friend.
Huzzah!
Go ahead and roll
And it's
damage.
gonna be 4.
Aw.
4 points of damage. All right, you blast this one, winging it. It shrieks in further rage. Now not only interrupted, but wounded. Do you want to move anywhere?
Nope, I am good right here.
Good in the doorway. Feeling just fine there. After Volterix lets off a round, blasting one of these electric-eating creatures, we move on to Captain Gunnin's turn.
So I'm gonna. Is there anywhere around here where I think I could try and hack a data pad to kill the lights in here to cut the electricity if they like the electricity to shut it off?
If you want to, you could. We'll say that down on the southern end of the corridor, outside the engineering bay, there is a panel. There's an access panel that if you could get in there, you could try to shut down power. It'll affect some of the surrounding bays as well and probably piss off some people, but I mean, you care?
That's never stopped me before now. Then that is what I would like to try and do. I actually say to them, I'm all like, I'm going to try and kill the lights and turn and try to do that.
Okay. So you would have to move down south to the engineering panel itself, and I would say that if you've got the tools already in hand because you were hacking, you were already dealing with the trap. So we'll say that you can actually get the panel open with your standard action this round, and then next round you can make an engineering attempt to try to shut down power to the entire sector here.
Nice.
Excellent. But I had to move. That takes up my move action, correct?
Yeah. So that would be basically your full round. This round would get you set up to actually kill the lights on the next round if you can get a solid engineering check.
That's it for me,
Maple, then. You see the captain runs off to say he's going to kill the lights, and it is your turn.
Okay, I have a movement of 20, so I'm gonna move here.
Alrighty.
And then I want to. I need a rules check on this for Infinite Worlds, the instantaneous one. What is my range on it? Because I couldn't find it.
I mean, I'll just call it 30 feet for the moment because that is usually the minimum range for anything like that. Sure. But I will double check and make sure. But for now, go ahead and what do you want to do?
I cast instantaneous. Infinite Worlds level 1 is a bright flash of light fills the area. Each creature within the area must succeed on a fortitude save or be dazzled for 1 round per Witchwarper level. If it rolls a 1, then it's blinded also. And that's against a 14, I believe.
DC 14, huh? The first one got a 16, and the second one a 13. So that was a failure for the next.
Okay, so it's dazzled for, let's see, I'm level 3, so three rounds.
3 rounds, all right. I looked it up. You have a range of 100 feet plus 10 feet per witch warp per level. And it affects a 10-foot radius spread when you do that. So that would the two creatures are within 10 feet of each other, so you could easily pop that blast of light right between them.
Sweet.
And blind one of them.
Yay! So my eyes go black again, and when I cast this, the looks like the ceiling rips open, and there's just like a black hole and like stars all like funneling through, and then a flash of light happens, and one of those guys goes down.
Nice.
The other one blinks at the right time.
Just defeated your only weakness, blinking.
Yeah.
It is now their turn. One of them is suddenly blinded and is flailing around and is actually going to move, but it can only move at half speed because it is blinded. So he's going to try to move, but he's not going to get very far.
Is dazzled the same thing as blinded?
Dazzled is not the same thing.
Okay, so he's dazzled, not blinded.
Oh, he's dazzled. Sorry.
Dazzled for 3 rounds.
Dazzled for 3 rounds. Okay.
What mean?
-1 penalty to attack rolls and sight-based checks. So he's actually going to be able to get all the way up to you then.
Oh,
so
sweet. Didn't think this through very well.
That's all he's going to be able to do because he's going to have to move his a full round of movement. The other one is going to zip forward right between you and Volterix.
Is flanking a thing in Starfinder?
It is a thing in Starfinder.
Okay. Ooh.
Wait, that's bad for me, right?
Yeah, that's bad for you. But what's actually worse for you is that this creature doesn't try to bite you or scratch you or slap you with its electrically charged tail. There are these weird little nodes all over its body that begin to glow and pulse, and electricity arcs all across its body and then explodes.
Oh.
Making both Maple and Volterix need to roll a reflex save.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, dang it. I've got such a good reflex bonus, but that's a 14.
Roll a 10.
Oh.
It's okay. I have something for this. So what would the damage be, I guess, before I decide to do this?
Well, hold on. That's
Okay,
something that you get to know.
What I was going to do is I have a paradigm shift spell, prevent wounds. As a reaction, when you or an ally takes 100 feet, within 100 feet takes hit point damage, you can spend 1 resolve points to prevent 1d4 points of that damage for every 2 which levels you have. So
nice.
Okay.
2d4.
Oh, don't spend your resolve points.
It would be 1d4 that you could reduce. You're
Oh,
level
right, 'cause I'm
3.
level 3. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. So you can reduce the damage by 1d4 points. Are you going to use it on yourself or on Volterix?
I feel like Volterix didn't get hit. Also, hold on. The resolve points, do they come back at the beginning of a new session, or how do they work?
When it's basically a full night's rest.
Okay, we're fine. I have 4 of them. It's gonna be great.
Look, spend your resolve. Nothing bad can ever happen. That's how I like to run things.
I'm gonna use it on myself because I'm pretty squish.
Sure. What did you get for your reflex save, Maple?
Oh, it was a 10.
10.
Reflex save.
Yeah.
10. Okay, so you both failed. You're both going to take 9 points of electricity damage. However, Maple, you can reduce that by 1d4.
Right. I rolled a 4.
But the real problem is that since you failed, as you are jolted by this blast of electricity, you are also staggered, which means on your next turn, you're only going to be able to take 1 single move or a standard, and you can't take any reactions.
Okay.
So you get staggered, you get blasted, and that is the end of these creatures' turns, which takes us to Haven next.
Those sound like euphemisms for like drinking or taking drugs.
It's got a card too.
So this horrible thing is happening right in front of Haven, but they are there you go. The staggered card. But they are focused on what the captain is doing, and they're gonna move along with them. So Haven scuttles along to follow the captain and pulls out the data jack that they had gotten, and is going to use their action to hook up the data jack to help, and you'll get a +1 to computer checks.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. So I get +1?
Exactly.
Thank you.
I like it. Excellent use of your turn. Supporting your captain, Kazka. How are you going
Teamwork.
to respond? To this
Teamwork.
Friends?
Can I squeeze in right here? Oh, never mind. Can I squeeze in there and reach the guy right here?
Yeah, you can attack diagonally. That's no problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will do that.
I have a suggestion. If you move through the friendly square and go up or up, you will have flanking then. Like if you
wouldn't they get an attack opportunity on me though?
I don't think they were engaged with you.
No, so basically what you're suggesting is possible, even, but when she moves through there, like they would, because she would be leaving their threatened area to get around, like they would be able to make attacks against her.
I see.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But thank you though. So I take out my sword and let's see. Okay, yes. 17 plus 7.
24.
That'll do it. That is 24, and that is going to hit.
Awesome. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 points.
14 points of damage. This one that just exploded, blasting your friends with electricity. Then you step up and just stab it.
And also, I'm attuning to photon mode.
Attuning to photon mode as you do. Excellent. Yeah, you blast through this thing. It is tough. It is dripping now, this weird, like, sizzling blue blood, and it looks enraged, but you've certainly heard it quite a bit. We move to the top of the next round, and it is Volterix's turn first. You are staggered this round, which means you can only move or shoot.
Shoot.
What do you do? All right.
How about shoot, Jim Jam?
You, with your sniper rifle, just like try to blast this thing that's right in front of you. As you do, it is going to get an attack of opportunity because you are shooting within its threatened area. So it is going to try to slap you with its tail as you line up a shot on it. And that is going to hit a KAC of 25.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
All right. So it slaps you with its tail. And you take 10 points.
Whoa!
Whoa! Batters you across the face as you're trying to line up a shot on it.
Yikes! Ooh. Well, then I level my sniper at its face, and that's a 24 to hit.
Ooh, revenge!
Yeah, but I don't do as much damage. Let's see. 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. This thing has taken a serious beating, but it is still on its feet and getting angrier by the moment. That's all you can do because you were staggered. So we move on now.
Oh.
Which I believe Gunnin, yes. You are standing there at the panel. You've opened it up. As a full round action, you can attempt a computers or an engineering check to disable the power in this sector.
I'm gonna do computers because I'm twice as fast at that.
Yeah.
I like it.
And the both creatures are still up, right? Correct?
Oh yeah, they're still up there. As far as you know.
And that was a +1 from Haven.
Yep, that's correct.
That is a 27.
Yeah. Wow, 27. Nice.
As you are fighting up in the rented engineering bay, suddenly all the lights snap out. The entire area is cast in complete darkness. Power is dead. Those of you who do not have dark vision, you will need to account for the fact that you can no longer see.
Do the creatures seem in any way affected by this?
Well,
now
the
that the
trick
power
is you can't see the creatures, so you're not.
I mean, they were glowing. Did they stop glowing?
They don't glow currently. No.
Oh, they glowed in the art. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It's not mechanically. They don't emit light, so.
All right.
Don't worry, I can fix it.
Got it. Hopefully it makes a difference. I can always turn the lights back on after this. So yeah, then that's it for me then. Although, yeah, that's it for me. And I just say, thank you, Haven. Couldn't have done it without you.
We move.
That's it.
We move from Gunnan's turn to Maple's turn. It's dark.
Hey,
What do you
I have low light sense because my antenna can smell. That's how moths smell. Moth facts. I forgot the word today.
You smell wonderful.
Yeah. I'm going to cast Overheat. It is a standard action. So the range is a 15-foot cone in one direction. So I'm going to go to the southern little guy, and it's a reflex save of I think 14. And
okay. Now, just so you know, and you would know this, when you cast a spell right next to dangerous creatures, they get attacks of opportunity. Now, the one had already taken an attack of opportunity against Volteric, so it can't get you.
Can they see in the dark?
It was a what?
I'm
also glowing.
The whole spiel. The other one has an attack of opportunity, and unfortunately, these creatures do have dark vision. So it sees you gather up the energy for your spell, and it lashes out at you with its tail.
Which one is Dazzled? Is it the one on top or the bottom?
It's the one on the bottom. So the one that's Dazzled actually is the one that is able to attack you. So I will apply that -1 penalty to its attack roll as it lashes out. And I get a natural 1.
Yay!
So he tries to lash out at you real quick, but fumbles completely, tripping over its own tail as it does so, and you can blast it with an overheat. You'll have to make a reflex save to do so. And that is only a 12 total. So that is a failure on the reflex save as well.
Okay, so I put my fingers together like Sailor Mars, and I gather all from the bodies in the room, and it turns into a funnel of fire that blasts out into a cone, doing 2d8 damage. That is a 7 + 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 damage.
11 points of damage. You just start to crispify this creature, and it is shrieking in pain and frustration at its own ineptitude.
And maybe it's a little bit on fire, so someone could see it if they came into this room. I'm just putting it out there. The cone also burns anything else in the area in fire. Burns everything.
Yeah, it burns all the evidence of who the assassin is.
Cone.
Yeah, all that evidence was right in that 15-foot cone. So it is, you can all see, but Maple ruined the mission.
I have dark vision.
Just teasing. It's okay, but nothing's burning. There's no light. I'm sorry.
Just the bad boy. It's him burning.
It's through your own actions that it's dark. I'm not inclined to make it dark. It is now the hostile creature's turns, and one of them that got a good whack on Volterix is going to actually ignore the fact that it has an advantage attacking Maple because it's so enraged at Volterix that it is just going to try to thwap her instead. And that is going to hit a KAC of 16.
Fail!
Oh, fail! Just pinks right off the armor, dealing no damage. The armor absorbing the entirety of the blow. The other one that just got burned and made a fool of itself trying to attack Maple is going to try to redeem itself by attacking her and hit. Oh, that is a leaner. Ooh, nat 20.
No, 2 extremes.
Oh, no, natural 20.
Does it take a -1 at least, though?
The thing about a natural 20 is that it's an automatic critical hit regardless of any other penalties. They've always, the thing is, they actually don't, and they have always been the same.
Yeah.
Well, then on an natural 20, should have injured himself.
Only way to beat that is if you force a reroll completely. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yep. The critical hit, striking you right across your mothy face, is going to deal 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oofa doofa.
And as it does, you actually see like the battery power in your armor gets siphoned into this creature as it like feeds on some of the electricity that your own body gives off.
Question.
My cabbages.
Yeah.
Stamina points, then it goes into my hit points. Is that correct? Or
after stamina, we get into hit points. That's correct.
Okay, I'm into my hit points, my dudes.
Oh no!
If you get down to 0 hit points, you will be dying, and then if you've spent all your resolve points that definitely don't matter, you'll be dead.
Oh my
That's a real problem.
Did you already use your infinite worlds?
Just one.
I used one.
Ooh.
It's fine. I could
It's
use
fine.
it.
It's fine. I'm right next to you. I'm gonna save you.
She is in no danger whatsoever. It is Haven's turn.
Oh dear.
Please.
Oh god.
So Haven is now going to move back towards where the commotion is happening and has low light sense with their antenna as well.
But do you have dark vision?
No.
So you guys say low light vision, but it's dark in here.
Right.
So low light vision is less helpful.
Got it. So that would be just a penalty to aiming, right? For aiming checks? Or can I just not
there's
see
basically
altogether?
the creatures, there's going to be a 50% miss chance against any target in darkness.
Got
unless
it.
You can clearly see them.
Well, Haven's just gonna try to take a shot, I think, with magic though. So they're
Magic
gonna
works.
come forward, and as they're moving, start doing the motions to glow in the same sense that you had seen before, and they're gonna summon shooting stars again on the inside of the room.
Alrighty. Is that an attack roll on your part or a saving throw on my part?
I believe. Let me just double check. I have it written. It might be an auto hit a la magic missile because it's 1d4 plus 1 damage. But since it's in the darkness, I could do an attack roll.
No, if it's an auto hit, I mean, I'm good with it.
I think so. Let me just pull out the rule book. Oh no, I should have had
Oh.
that. Yeah,
See
I
the
think it
spell
was
called?
an auto hit.
What was the spell called?
Shooting stars.
Okay. Why isn't that coming up? I don't know. I don't know. You tell me what it does. I don't know. I can't. It doesn't come up automatically. So
yeah,
search
let's
didn't
go
help
with
me.
it. But let's do a ranged attack because of the darkness, even
Sure.
if it was an auto hit.
I'm good with it.
Because here's the thing, I rolled a natural 20, so there. It doesn't
There you
even
go. You did it. You got me anyway. All that, and you got me anyway.
right.
Double
And
your damage.
that is 4 doubled is 8 damage.
8 points of damage. Were you attacking the north one or the south one?
It's whichever one I could hit, so let's go with the south one because that did the most damage.
All right. So you got blast. This one, shooting stars come flinging out of the darkness, stabbing into this creature, and we move on from Haven's turn to Kazka's turn. I don't know that the darkness provides any kind of a problem for you as a drow. I believe you have
I can
dark vision.
see. Yes, I can definitely see. Seeing that my friend Maple just got badly hurt, I'm gonna go after the one right here. Can I reach that around the corner?
Yeah, you can get him.
Perfect. And Kazka's pissed. Here we go. 15?
15, unfortunately.
Yep.
With Maple flailing around, she knocks aside your attack just at the last second. You're unable to connect. You want to move anywhere?
No, I'll stay right here because I can reach.
Alrighty. Remember, if you guys want to attack more than once in a round, all you have to do is say that you're going to make a full attack, and then you would apply a -4 penalty to each attack, but you can attack twice in a round. If you want to. It's like if you're not going to move, yeah. I would say normally.
Oh, I have to announce it before.
You would have, because the penalty for attacking twice applies to both your first and second attack, so you can't decide to attack twice after you've already made your first attack.
Okay.
But yeah, in future rounds, feel free to make a full attack if you have no plans on moving.
Great. Thank you.
Top of the next round, Volterix, you are next. I don't know about the Strix. Do they have dark vision or not?
Yeah, 60 feet of dark vision.
Me too.
60 feet of dark vision. Fantastic. You can see clearly. The rain is gone, and you're no longer stagnant.
Along with the power.
Yeah.
I would like to make a full action then, a full... Can I do that and hit him twice?
I cannot stop you. That is something you are fully capable of doing. as you rear back, as you pull up that sniper rifle once again, I will take my attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Try to whap you while you do it. And that is going to hit an armor class of 10. So that's no
miss.
good.
Oh, I called it.
Casey, horrible rolls as you blast this thing point blank in the face.
Yeah, sorry. My computer decided to give me a, do you want to update right now? And I'm like, please no, don't click the wrong button.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, not right now.
I'll take that as a yes.
That's going to be a 23 to hit.
23 hits. Is that with the -4 penalty for attacking twice?
No. Do I need to roll twice or is it the same number?
So when you attack twice, you literally attack twice as like 2 separate attack rolls, but each attack roll has a -4 penalty applied to it because you're attacking twice. So
got
for
it.
the first
Okay.
one, that'd be 23 minus 4.
19.
So you had 19. A 19 is still a hit.
Okay. That's going to be 7 points of damage.
Ooh, you blast this thing. It
Second
is not looking
attack.
good.
Coming in. Ooh. That's a +6 is 24 minus 4. So 20.
20 does it. That gets him.
And another 7.
Yeah.
7 points of damage. Both of these creatures now looking incredibly beat up to those of you who can see them. And we move to the next.
Is taking a I'm sorry, is taking a guarded step something I can do if I've used 2 actions or
No, a guarded step is something that you can do as a
It's a
move
movement.
action. There's a
Got it.
move action, but it doesn't trigger the
attack of
reactions
opportunity.
from-
Right.
So sadly, not this round. But Gunnan, it's your turn.
So both of these creatures are still up, right?
As far as you can tell, you can still hear like shouting and screaming and shooting.
Well, I have dark vision.
Currently, you don't have a right, but they're around it. Like they're in a separate room. There's that black space between you and that room is like all solid wall. So
Got it. Can I move back to where I can at least see them?
yeah, if you get right up next to Haven, you'd be able to see everything.
Then I will move up next to Haven, my homie, and I will mark the one that is on whichever one looks the most beat up. Because let's get this thing out of here. Actually, I'll mark the one that's on Maple with the clever feint. So I'm pretty sure it's a 28 to render it flat-footed.
Yep, that is a success. So
Yep.
that
It'll
southern
have
one,
-2 to its AC.
Yay!
southern
Yay.
one will be flat-footed, thanks to clever feint against everyone.
Yep. Although since I actually moved, I cannot mark get them, so that will be it for me.
Maple.
Am I still staggered?
No, you're no longer staggered.
Cool. If I jump up, fly, can it? These things have wings, don't they?
Yeah,
I can't
they
remember.
sure do.
Never
They
mind.
sure do have wings.
What a waste. Before I do anything, I'm going to attack the same one, the one south of me,
Okay.
with jump shard. So that is a
Jump
reflex
shard.
against 14.
All right. I am going to roll the reflex save, and that is an 18 on the die. So that
Okay,
is
take half.
definitely a success.
Oh, what?
Yeah, half damage.
Okay.
You're good.
What? I heard something different.
I was saying that I succeeded. I was happy about my success on
Fine.
that.
You know, be happy. I don't care. So half of 11. So is it 5? Round it down.
Yeah.
5 points of
5
damage.
damage.
This
and-
thing is looking real beat up, but it is still on its feet.
Oh, I hate it so much. And can I don't know how much more I want to get beat up. If I disengage, can I step? Is that a thing? Just kind of
Yeah, you
make a
can
little,
take a step, move 5 feet, and you won't trigger any reactions.
just like make an
that's fine.
opening for them to do what they will.
No,
Okay.
That's a solid movement. Solid
That's
move.
all. I'm
I
scared
like
I'm
it.
gonna die.
There's no chance whatsoever that I will
Okay.
have both of these creatures turn on you, take you down in one round. I just wouldn't do that
Hate it.
unless.
No.
Hate it. Little dude
Unless you do. Yeah. Yeah.
still has one more pair.
Uh,
dazzled to go.
I know. The one that is dazzled is going to take a slap at you, Maple, because it doesn't like you. He's going to stay true to his instincts to take you down. Actually, he hasn't used his little burst ability, so now that he's got 2 targets right next to him, and actually Volterix is within 10 feet of him, so he is going to explode in a shower of sparks. And Volterix, Maple, and Kazka are all 3 going to need to make a reflex save.
Oh no.
21.
21 is a success. You'll take half damage.
16.
16 is a success. Half damage for Maple.
5.
What about Kazka?
5. My dice hate me.
Oh no.
5 is a failure, and you're going to take full damage. The full damage is 10, so 10 to Kazka,
Okay.
5 to Maple and Volterix, and Kazka. Since you get blasted by the full effect, you are also staggered on your next turn. So remember how I told you could attack twice?
I attack once.
Unfortunately, now you can't.
Great.
Now you can only do one thing on your turn. But then the northern one still hates Volterix with all its terrible little electrically charged heart. He's going to try to slap her. And hits another natural 1. He's having a bad day. He goes in snapping, and he just can't. He actually gets maybe a little bit dazzled by the explosion of electricity from his companion, is unable to make a connection there. It is now Haven's turn.
Yes. Haven is seeing all of this going down, is going to take some cover by moving down a little bit because Captain Gunn has moved up. And they're going to take a moment to take out their pistol.
Mm-hmm. All right, pistols out.
And that's where I'll just take cover. And,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. After Haven, there's Kazka. Kazka, you just got staggered by a blast of electricity. But you can still do one thing.
I'm going to reach to the south one and try and see if I can hit it.
All right.
Oh my god! It's 13, 14.
14. Even with this thing being flat-footed because of your commander's clever feint, that is not going to quite connect. It barely manages to slither out of reach of your blade. You're moving just a little bit slower than you usually are.
Switching dice again. Yeah. Stupid.
But you're no longer staggered. That was your one round of being staggered. Great. So move up to Volterix's turn.
I'm done with this guy. I'm going to hit him twice.
Yeah.
I'm done with him.
Take another attack of opportunity against Volterix.
That first one's not going to work.
No.
Second one will work.
Yay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 does it, but before you get that second shot off, you are going to take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as this thing just whacks you right across the chest and almost knocks the breath out of you.
Stop hitting me.
I will not. I refuse.
8.
Okay, I will stop hitting you because I am dead.
Yay!
This thing slams you in the chest, and then you just blast it point blank. Little shards, sparks go flying everywhere as this thing flails about for just a moment before dying. It is Gunnan's turn next.
Let's get out of here, you all. Finish that thing. Get them, and I will, so +1 and 25 to render it flat-footed.
Oh, that is a success on both counts. +1 to everybody who attacks it, and it is flat-footed, reducing its armor class.
Nice. Cool. Thank you.
Maple.
What's up?
What do you want to do?
Get it.
Hey,
kill it, Maple.
Got it.
The only one that's left is one below me. Is that correct?
There is only one left, and it is the one that is to the south.
I would just like to say that I could have avoided all of this if I hadn't wasted my twinkle earlier today on that stupid dude. They could have transported out of here like real quick.
Yeah, but it was worth it to get Zoe on our side.
That's true.
Zoe appreciates your sacrifice.
Zoe.
I hate it. Okay, I'm gonna cast what's my most powerful thing? I guess it's technically the junk shard again. I have more slots. Let's do it. I open up reality.
Make a reflex save.
Half of
17. It's gonna be half damage
Son
on
of a
that one.
gun! All right, all sixes.
Let's do it.
That means that's let's see, 14.
14.
Total.
So
Ooh.
having 7 points of
Oh,
damage.
yeah.
Pretty solid.
Wow.
Pretty solid. This thing is also dead.
Yes.
Even though it manages to avoid the worst of the junk, you still manage to get several shards that lodge deep within its weird rubbery flesh, and the creature just starts sparking and flapping about and then falls still.
That's how I
Both
feel
of you
like
are
in life.
Yeah.
You know, you manage to avoid most of the junk, but still take some shards. Yeah.
Right.
I would like to turn the lights back on, please.
Yeah.
All right. After these creatures die, it's just a few moments work to get the lights running again, and power flickers back on. You are now standing in this rented engineering bay.
Just so that it is noted, Haven is going to take the data jack back from the panel.
Gotcha. Grab that quickly.
The thing I'm trying to figure out, were these creatures left here for protection, or were they here coincidentally?
Make a life sciences check if you want. Anybody can.
Can I substitute it with cultures because of my...
Oh yeah, you have an ability.
Yeah, your thing allows you to do that. So yeah.
All right. I've been places. I know stuff. That's going to be a 23.
23. You identify these corpses as electrovores. These are incredibly annoying vermin. If they chances are they were transplants here. Electrovores would have been, especially in an area like the Sparks, like people would have hunted out any of these that were actually native to the area. They are
like my nuts
despised
chewing
like
all the power
anybody.
cables.
Yeah, they don't. They are despised creatures on a space station like Absalom Station. So it is unlikely that they were here. If they were probably intentionally left. In fact, as you're looking at the cables that they were chewing on, you see that there are some computer panels that, if the creatures had been allowed to feed long enough, these computers would have been rendered completely useless, and thus all of the data that was on them would be lost. However, because you were able to destroy these creatures, you may be able to recover whatever data is left.
I shared that with the team, and I start doing a hacksaws.
Hacking away.
That is going to be 21.
Nice.
To do a hacksaws.
You are working at it as best you can, and you are just the firewall is a little bit more than you were prepared for at first. What you are able to tell is that while you don't set off any kind of countermeasures or anything, but you see that there is a lockout function, and that if you were to fail 2 more times before managing to get through the firewall, the computer would be completely erased.
Can I call Historia 7 to help me?
Ooh.
Interesting. It's a bold move for a rookie recruit to call upon one of the faction heads to attempt a remote hack, but
word is there's an assassination attempt at play at the head of the Pathfinder of the Starfinder Society.
I buy it. You ask guidance to get you a direct feed to Historia 7.
Yes.
And you hear the clacking of keys for just a few moments, and then, hello, you've reached Historia 7. Why?
I give them all of it. If there's a way to send a visual feed from our devices, I do so to explain the electrovores, the assassination attempt, that we're on the trail of the assassins and we can't get into these computers, and we require the absolute finest hacker on board Absalom Station, and that is you. The life of our fearless leader could be hanging in the balance.
Make a diplomacy check.
Yeah.
That's a natural 20.
Yes, that's the best.
We
You
need to
explain
win.
the whole situation.
We ran Starfinder.
Yay.
We beat Jim.
You beat me. I die.
Remote hacks. Death by hacks.
After you finish your story, there are a few seconds of just silence, except for the clacking of keys, and then you hear acknowledged.
Yeah.
And she uploads a malware file to your device and says, attempt this, and then cuts the connection. With this malware that you have on your device, you can upload it to the computer, and it will give you a +4 bonus to any further attempts to hack this device.
Nice.
I will do that.
As you proceed,
right.
Haven will bring up the data jack that they had before to get another +1.
Thank you. So that is 5 now. So that is going to be 27 this time.
Woohoo!
27. This time, with the aid of Historia 7's worm, you managed to get through the firewall and have access to all of the data files on the computer.
When I look at Haven and I'm like, I think that android likes us, Haven. Okay.
As you are going through the files, you don't find anything that looks all that interesting at first. There are a lot of searches, though, and they're all like, it's basically like a Google image search in a space one. And you just see pictures and pictures and pictures of one woman, a Castrovellian woman by the name of Sanivi Akiosi. A name means nothing to you. And you also, but you see it's this relatively normal looking woman, and you're trying to remember. It's like you feel like maybe you've seen her before. There's something tickling the back of your mind. And there are also tons and tons of searches on how to care for and manage curly hair. And you can see that this woman, who there are all these images of, she has curly hair. And then it strikes you. You remember the woman hooking up the audio visual equipment to the stage. It's her. That's the woman that you're looking at.
I share all this with the team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You also notice that there is a partition on the computer that would require a separate hack to get through, but that malware would apply to this as well. So you would get all those same bonuses if you wanted to try to get deeper into the system files.
I will try, and I will say, Maple, could you please radio back to Radisson and ask them to keep an eye on that woman until we get back?
No problem. Ding, ding, ding.
That is 25 this time.
25.
Those chunky bonuses help.
Yeah, those big bonuses are quite impressive. It was a good call calling on Historia 7. You're able to break through the secondary firewall, and you find a file with a list of names on it. Loaziel Sabo's name is at the very top, along with today's date. There are other names, all of recently deceased individuals. A quick search reveals that each one was killed in a homicide, an unsolved homicide. Descriptions of the suspects in every case all indicate different perpetrators, and no individual case has been solved, and no suspects have been apprehended or positively identified.
Ugh. Upload. Oh, go ahead, Haven. Sorry.
Perhaps this person can shapeshift or change their appearance.
Yes, or as a parasitic organism of some sort that can jump from body to body.
What?
While all this hacking is going on, what are the rest of you guys doing? Do you want to search the space at all? Are you content to just let the captain take over? What do you want to do?
I'd be doing a little walkthrough.
Sure. Anybody who wants can make a perception check.
I'll do that too.
I think Haven is over gun and shoulder, just going through the hacking.
Yes, let me see here.
Now there's my 20.
Yay!
27.
You did it.
Jesus.
As you're looking around, Kazka, you see some of the discarded wiring and packaging. Looks like, as you're sort of like pulling things together and matching things up with what you know, and some of the other information that you've gotten from your companions, you realize that there is enough packaging for materials to have made probably 5 improvised explosive devices. And as you're looking around, you also uncover a set of assembly instructions for such devices. While you have that in your hands, if you made an attempt to disable such a device, since you have the instructions for assembly, you would get a +2 bonus to your check to do so.
Oh, wow.
The rest of you looking around, you find there's the backpack, and as you're rooting through it, you find a bottle, a half-used bottle of Daggett's Scale Sheen oil, commonly used by scaly-skinned creatures. There is something called Fleck Texture Cream for curly hair that you also find. There is a credit stick with 400 credits loaded onto it. There is a set of Freebooter Armor 2, which is a probably substantial upgrade for at least one of you. And there is also a Weapon Fusion Seal, a 5th level anchoring fusion seal that you can apply to a weapon to give it a special property.
Many notes are being taken.
Sorry.
I guess I'll grab the backpack just for evidence sake, and I'll put this into our joint account later. Don't worry. All right, not a joint account. But yeah.
We can have a joint account if you really want to.
Up to the captain. So what do all these clues mean? I mean, Captain kind of mentioned the parasite, which makes sense. But then the lady with the curly hair is part of this, and then...
Well, Haven did describe that this person could be changing forms, so you never know.
It seems like this lead would lead us to possibly citizen's arrest.
Yes, I don't think they would have kept a lot of pictures of their own assassin, like selfies, but if there was someone they were attempting to duplicate, that makes sense.
Does that person have curly hair, Jim?
Indeed, yeah. As you are thinking back, once Captain Gunnan recalls that person having been seen messing around with the AV equipment, you recall, like, it's the same woman, and that woman has curly hair. Yeah.
But why the scale sheet oil? 4 scales.
Maybe that is their true form.
Are there any shape-shifting reptilian species we're aware of?
I would love a life science and or culture check. I know Gunnan can use culture, but life science or anything else.
I don't know anything.
19.
Yeah. Boop.
26 for culture.
Nice.
Hey, 24. You've outcultured me.
You are aware of a shape-changing species of people known as the reptoids. They are well known for being excellent spies, assassins, and infiltrators. And if one of them were loose on Absalom Station with orders to kill Luaziel Sabo, it could be quite a tricky situation, as they do have the ability to take on the appearance of anybody they wish.
Oh.
I think we've got a problem with a reptoid, Captain.
Yes.
And I think all of the extra notes about how to take care of curly hair is like, this reptile really does not understand what hair is or does.
It is very confusing.
Yes, I don't understand the human fur. Yes. By the way, we should get back and we can ask this person ourselves in person.
Quite quickly.
Yes.
Yep. I radio ahead back to the name that immediately drops out of my head every time. Radazam. That we're on the way.
Yep.
No, there's no exclam on Radazam though. It's just Radazam.
No, he does. That's right. He did not legally change his name to have a.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just Radazam. So armed with this new information, you guys hightail it back to the shuttle. Send all the information that you have back to Radazam within 15 minutes. Speaking of which, here's what we can do. So the journey back to the Skyreach room would take about 15 minutes. Those of you who have resolve points and who have taken damage can use 10 of these minutes to spend a resolve point to rest, which will get you back all of your stamina points.
Ooh.
Cost you a resolve point, But as we discussed earlier, there's absolutely no danger whatsoever or downside to spending all of your resolve points. Just get rid of them. Who even cares?
No.
I am going to do
Don't
that.
I'm going to do that too.
I am going to do that.
We get back all of our stamina and hit points, or just our hit points?
Just stamina.
Stamina.
Only
Perfect.
stamina.
Thank you.
The hit point damage remains. That can be healed by spells, and it can be healed like by resting overnight.
Okay.
If we
or
have
with the
15, sorry.
Go ahead.
If we have 15 minutes, can I put on that freebooter armor too?
Ooh.
Freebooter armor too. Yeah, you're gonna.
If no one else wants it.
Now.
I can't wear armor.
And I thought the dress looked good on you.
Freebooter armor is also made out of belts, weirdly enough.
I am already wearing freebooter armor, so I would love that level 2 though.
Yeah, the level 2 version gives you an EAC of +6.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
And a KAC of +8.
Oh.
She will be
Wow.
kicking all subsequent doors from here on out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a level
my
6 piece of
gosh.
armor, so that's quite
That's
a find
awesome.
for you guys.
Wow.
That makes me so buff, guys.
Yeah.
Again, as I said, just spend all your resolve. There's no point. You guys are invincible now that you've got the new armor.
No, Jim. One person has new armor.
Is what I've looked.
All right. So again, you guys hightail it back to the shuttle. You spend, you rest up as on the way over, knowing that you've got to actually catch this assassin. As soon as you touch down on the rooftop, Radazam is right outside the shuttle to meet you. And as he is going over your report, he says, "Okay, so we've got two problems. There's the assassin. Unfortunately, it looks like there's a bomb, or probably several bombs. We're going to need to get them defused."
Most likely 5.
All right, that's good to know. If the problem is, if the assassin is on site and sees us meddling with the devices, they could just remote detonate them. Doesn't solve the problem. Same goes for a direct confrontation. You just overpower the assassin. All she's got to do, hit a button, everything goes boom. What I suggest is you split into 2 teams. All right, one team find the assassin, keep them distracted. Second team finds and disarms the explosives, but quietly. Once the bombs are actually defused, you can overtake the assassin, no problem, no risk of an explosion.
Sounds like a
I
plan.
will stealth and deactivate.
Who wants to
I-
join me?
I think my skills might be proven if I go with Casca.
And I believe the captain should go as well.
I do know my way around a technological device that leaves Maple and Haven to occupy our guest.
Talk about humans.
Or something else is great.
Talk about clothes.
Okay, all right.
Or your dates. You never
guys are
told
doing
us
some
about your
talk.
dates.
About the advantages of curly hair.
Oh.
It's fine. You guys go and do the bomb thing, and we will go take care of this curly-haired person who is actually a lizard.
Curly-haired person who is actually a lizard.
Please do not mention the fact that we're aware of their lizardness, please.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Now, are we trying to stay together to hit like them in a row, or are we fanning out to each of us take one and then to try and get the 5 as fast as possible?
Well, that will be up to you. Why don't we go ahead and talk about how this encounter will work at first. The first thing that's going to happen is, even though we're not really in combat, I'm going to have everybody roll initiative so that we can keep track of the order of things.
Totally.
As you guys are moving about the Skyreach room, trying to find these bombs.
24.
23. Dang it.
Yeah. I feel like this is one of those things where I just sort of like push you slightly when I run past you, like we're taking off for a race. And, I'm gonna go, yeah.
I rolled a 3 total, but I did roll a 1 first.
Oh, no. Maple, no.
And Haven has a 7.
Oh, goodness. I'm in the middle, 15.
15.
For the record, I did take the improved initiative feat because it's like
Yeah,
I'm a
same.
support class. I need to be able to like do a thing quickly, like that.
Yeah.
All right. So, you guys at this point, if we look over at the map, you'll see that you are in the Skyreach room. You can see some of the people that you've already talked to before.
Ooh.
We've got Zoe, we've
Zoe.
got Nyaj, we've got Royo in there. You see Icarus and Iteration 177. You don't see the curly-haired AV technician, but you know that there is a room above the stage on the far western side of the room where all the AV equipment is usually stored and operated, leading you to believe that she's probably in there. Now, all of you are free to move about, but just keep in mind, and every round you can make perception checks to attempt to find the bombs. Once you've located one, then you can work to disarm it. Keep in mind, though, that you don't want to do those things unless the assassin is distracted. The distraction team is going to have to get into place first. Otherwise, your hand might be tipped, and then it's a simple press of a button, and things go boom.
Oh.
The enemy cannot press a button if you deactivate their hand. Yeah.
That is also true. If you think your reflexes are fast enough, you could just go with a straight up cowboy route. I can't stop you. Sorry. And then first up in the order is Gunnan. Gunnan, you know the danger of the situation. What do you do?
I still have to at least try and get near where I think one of the explosives is. You said I saw her messing with AV equipment in this room.
Yeah,
earlier.
You know that would mostly be set up by the stage, and it stands to reason that if her target is the first seeker herself, and the announcement is to be made from the stage, it's reasonable to assume that perhaps that is the key to it all.
I'm going to head towards the stage.
Okay. You make your way over towards the stage, passing by Iteration 177, who raises a glass to you and smiles as you pass by.
Yeah, I'm just sort of nod my head to. Although, actually, believe it or not, where is Nyagi relative to all this?
Yeah, Nyaj is actually on the northern end of the room. You see she's sort of standing near Zoe. I'll ping her on the map. She's standing up close to where Zoe is.
I'm actually going to button hook towards Nyaj because I'm going to tell her exactly what's happening.
Sure. Now, if you want to secretly pass a message, you could use a fun mechanic we very rarely do. You could use a bluff to try to secretly signal her that there's danger.
Not only do I want to do that, I have some crazy advantages to bluff. So
four-handed bluff.
Test her first. Test
literally,
her first.
Yeah. Oh. Well, but it had occurred to me that this person might have replaced one of them. But so I did not roll terribly well. So I'm going to use one of my abilitas, which is my convincing liar that lets me re-roll it.
Hey,
I have to spend a resolve point. That went much better now. So that's going to be a 28 to tip off Nyaj.
You pass Nyaj a few meaningful glances and hand signals, and at first she doesn't really seem to pay attention to you, but then you get like a subtle nod, and you can tell that she's gotten the message, and she immediately furiously is working on her data pad now. You know that you've been able to successfully alert her that danger is in the room, and she might be able to help.
And they thought four-handed sign language would be useless. Then if I can sort of do that while heading towards this, as close as I can get towards the stage while doing that is what I would like to do, and that's it for me.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that would probably put you sort of towards in the middle of the room. Yeah, we'll call it good there.
Perfect.
Volterix, you are up next. You see your captain starts making his way. He surreptitiously gives a couple of signals towards the Starfinder Venture captain, and that leaves you free to do what you want.
I have one mission and one mission only, and it's to find the bombs. So I would like to roll a perception check and see if I can locate any of the bombs.
Now, I would say that typically looking around for the bombs and making yourself a nuisance might seem kind of conspicuous if somebody were to say be looking out specifically for someone trying to defuse their bombs. But you can also make a stealth check to see if you can do it quietly enough that no one notices.
My plan was to survey the room, and then if I caught wind of something, to stealth. So I'll just do it in the opposite order, so that nat 20. Okay.
Yay!
So my stealth is going to be a 33.
Wow.
And I rolled a 19 for my perception plus 6 math.
Oh, 25.
25.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, it's okay. 25 per perception.
Okay. And then do you want to move anywhere specifically in the room while you're doing all this, looking around and surveying things?
Yeah. Sure. I can move 60 feet, so I will move 60 feet, unless within the 60 feet that I'm moving, I see something, and then I will go toward it.
Oh, you're good. You move closer towards the stage. You're looking around, and to all of the party goers, it appears as though you're just taking a casual stroll. You've just returned. No one is the wiser. However, when you get closer to the stage, you see that beneath it there is a suspicious boxy object. And I will mark it on the map.
I'm just going to radio to the captain, and I'm going to say, I have eyes on something suspicious near the stage. I'm going to go check it out.
You see, he very much like whips around and can't see you at all with that stealth. Like, well, keep at it. Yeah.
Kazka, you get the signal. You see that one of the bombs has been marked as found, and it doesn't look like anybody is the wiser for your efforts. What do you want to do?
Well, I feel like Volterix will probably go after that one first. So I'm going to walk towards the fruit table.
Okay.
As stealthily, just, what's this? I've never had this before. And then
fruit, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Pick one up and then look around as I'm doing it.
Oh yeah,
Just
we're also
eating
wearing
this fruit.
We're wearing different clothes than we were before. Some of us.
Oh shoot!
Well, we had 10 minutes. I mean, so
I would say that in the intervening 10 minutes when you were going back to the party,
true.
I would have
Okay.
counted for that.
Oh no, armor is no longer signed. Oh no.
It's true. But now you can just mount that one shoulder piece somewhere though, with the actual Zoe on it.
Good plan.
Yeah, you can get it just like in a vacuum sealed case and preserve it like a collector's item.
Yeah.
All right, make your stealth check first, Kazka. Let's see how casually you eat this fruit.
Yeah, let's see. I rolled a 1.
No. You're just itching your nose at first.
+8. No.
It's just like you ever see like when people pick up the banana and just bite through the peel and everything? Like, just act natural. Yeah.
She bumped into the table and knocks over a whole bunch of chocolate covered strawberries. She's frantically trying to pick them all up, and they get chocolate smeared all over the front of her. She's like, just eating, enjoying the. It's not convincing at all.
Oh, well.
Kazka's on the distraction team now.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess I just spend the rest of my action like picking up the fruit, plating it, trying to plate it nicely, and looking around like, oh god. And I look around to see if the captain saw me do it, like mess up again.
Everybody saw you.
He has the common decency to pretend he didn't.
Oh. I guess that's it for me. I can't do anything else. I messed up. No.
Zoe in the northern part of the room is like, hey, look at that person over there dropping fruit all over the place. Get that on camera.
Okay, hi.
Haven, you are up next.
This
Sorry,
is great.
guys.
Haven's watching the Kazka show. No. Haven is gonna casually make their way over to that back room, but instead of looking for any of the explosives, they're gonna take notice of the people that we had met before, even if briefly, to see if any of them are acting differently. Keeping an eye out, like the captain mentioned, of the switching of places.
Give me a sense motive as you move along, then.
A sense motive plus 19.
Ooh, 19. As you're making your way, everybody, seems to be on the up and up. Everybody seems to be acting much like you expect them to be. Nobody is looking shifty. Nobody's giving you suspicious glances. There's nothing that appears to be out of the ordinary as you make your way closer and closer. You want to place yourself where you want to end up there?
Yeah, and would I be... So that's where my movement would go, and I did the perception as an action. Would I be able to do both of my movements?
Sense motive, I would say, if you want to continue moving a full double move or something like that, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, and the room is up here, right?
I'll ping the AV room is actually on the far western side.
Oh, gotcha.
And then there's like a little like a staircase that goes up. You see that it's like a booth that's overlooking the stage. It actually overlooks the whole rest of the room.
Gotcha. So I'll go this far, and Haven will get up to here. Actually, we'll start to like casually be at this table with Iteration 177.
Yes. Iteration 177. Oh, it was pleasant to see you again. I'm glad you had left for a while. I was hoping we get to talk to more about some of your hopes for the Starfinder Society.
Absolutely.
And we move on to Maple's turn.
What's the... I can't decide whether to be very distracting or to be sneaky.
I got the distraction part. You're good.
I will say that one option you have, if you because you see as Kazka sort of like draws a whole bunch of attention to herself and isn't able to even get a chance to try to look for these bombs, you realize that another mistake like that could cause this whole thing to go up in smoke, quite literally. If you want to draw all eyes to you, you can do something called taking the stage, which is where you basically make a big flashy announcement, drawing all attention to yourself only. You just need to succeed on a DC, you need to succeed on a bluff check to see if you can get everybody to look at you and not at what your friends are doing.
I do this shit. It's gonna be great.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Listen,
amazing idea.
We learn everything.
Whatever you do, don't bomb.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That's a 20 plus.
By the way.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Whatever that is. Hold on. She was laughing. 3, so 23.
Nice.
23. Please describe to me how it draws everybody's eyes to her.
Attention, everyone! I'm here to display what I've just learned is an amazing human feat, told through their stories. And like it's like amazing. Okay, if you're all ready, please take your eyes and look at this punch bowl too. And I look at the punch bowl that's away from Casca to the north. And apparently there was this guy named Jesus, and he turned water into wine, but that wine was his blood. And apparently Jesus was Kashorian, and this is proof. And I use my skill turn fluid. I can turn fluid within 25 feet into any basic substance, including blood and acid.
We're forming a new religion tonight.
Oh no!
Yes. I turn it into I turn it into blood.
Do you want
Kashorian
Mothman?
blood?
Because this is how you get Mothman.
And then I say, and apparently in the book, everyone drank it, and it was very cool. So everyone please line up. This is part of the show. And now I'm handing out cups of Kashorian blood to everyone. This is my story.
First communion.
Yeah.
Well, that certainly, absolutely distracts everybody for this round. They have no choice but to stare in awe as you turn punch into blood and start passing it around, telling everybody to drink it. Zoe is like, what? This sounds fantastic. Yeah. And he's just like, drink it. I don't even know what's happening anymore. These people are fantastic. We're going to have so many new shows based on this moth lady, I tell you. I've got my whole lineup set. And that will take us into the next round. as we move on.
I know a lot about the Bible.
Captain Gunnan, you watch as one of your crewmates spreads a form of Christianity to the packed world.
Yes, it's very popular amongst the humans. Yes.
Creating a distraction, which may give you an opportunity if you want to either look for the explosives yourself, or whatever other action you want to take.
No, near the stage. I'm definitely looking for the bombs.
You also now, especially because Maple is forming such an effective distraction, you know the location of one of the bombs, and you can actually make an attempt to disarm it if you would like this round without a fear of being detected because of Maple's distraction.
Yeah, if I can, I would like to.
Yeah, so you could get up to the stage and then make an engineering check if you wanted to try and disable the explosive that's already been located.
Alrighty, that is going to be 23.
Yeah, 23 does it. So while Maple is going on and on about the blood that people are supposed to be drinking, you manage to quickly spin a few wires and disconnect the power source to the explosive, and you know that it is inert and cannot be remotely detonated.
Nice.
Excellent.
But you've disabled this one.
I just kind of come through the comms. I'm like, keep it up, team. One down.
Volterix, your efforts last round were very successful, giving your captain an opportunity to disable one of these devices. What do you do this round?
I would like to maintain my stealth and perceive the room again.
Sure.
Which do I need to roll for both?
You actually don't need to roll stealth this round because, again, all eyes are on Maple. She's still going on and on, trying to convince people to drink this blood. It is a whole show.
That's amazing. I love it. My perception's going to be a 25.
25. Ooh. You spot another suspicious-looking device, and I will draw its location for you.
Just let it be by the fruit table next to me.
Right.
Oh,
then I shall move right up to it.
Okay.
I can get there.
All right.
And
with locating the device and the movement, that would be your round for this one. Yeah. But you didn't have to worry about stealth thanks to old Maple.
I will mention to the captain that I've found another one though.
Sure. You ping its location.
Excellent work.
All of your companions. Kazka, nobody's looking at you anymore. And it's your turn.
I'm going to look around and see if I can find another one.
All right, make a perception check.
Okay. Wow, that's a 20. So 27. I'm not lying. That's 20.
Yeah.
Nice.
I find 3 more.
You watch. You watch Volterix make her way over to the stage, and as you're following her, you see that near Gunnan is another suspicious device wired under the stage. You realize another one is present. That's 3 located of the 5 so far. And you have 1 more action. You can either look again for another one, or you could move to try to get
Actually, I can move there. I'm going to try and see if I can disable it.
Now, your speed is 30 feet. So
you're right. It's not 60 feet. Right. You're right.
Yeah. So
I'll put myself back. Hold on.
Yeah, we'll put you right by iteration 177. Yeah, you get right to right next to him. Yeah, there you go. That's
right
fine.
here.
That's good. That works. That works for me.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Haven.
Yeah.
Friends seem to be doing an admirable job. What do you do?
One thing I want to look around for is the first seeker here at all?
You do see her. She is, I don't have her on the map.
Okay.
But she is actually up near Royo, and she seems to be engaged in a conversation with him. Since you were sort of looking around last turn to see everybody's mood and demeanor, you can see that she has sort of like a glazed look to her eyes as Royo regales her with the tale of who knows what.
Good.
But,
she'll be there for a while.
Clearly gotten caught in a conversation with him.
Got it. Well, as Casca sort of appears Haven will sort of brush off the attention that iteration 177 was giving them and be like, Casca, yes. And then try to do a stealth to make their way up into that room.
Sure.
I guess nobody's paying attention.
Yeah, no, you don't have to make a stealth this round. Maple has got attention on lock. So you
Yeah,
can freely
well,
move.
I would like to move up there and examine the door then, but still be stealthy about it.
Yep, sure. So you sort of surreptitiously make your way up to the door. It costs you your full round of movement, but when you get there, I mean, it looks like a door.
Does it seem locked?
It does not appear to be locked.
And is there any way to see inside? Like, is there a window?
You can't see inside, no.
Okay, and then Haven will just take a second to maybe listen to see if there's anything that they could detect on the other side of the door.
Sure, make a perception check.
Okay. Ooh, 24.
Ooh.
You hear some sounds from beyond the door. There's a lot of computerized sounds. No talking and no real moving around, but you get the sense that there's probably a lot of very expensive and very technical equipment at work in this room.
Copy that.
After Haven, it is Maple's turn. You've got everybody's attention. You can try to keep it, or people at this point are starting to. Some of them have eagerly participated in your blood ritual. Other ones are like putting glasses down and starting to lose interest. What do you want to do?
Hope this is not repercussions. Hopefully they'll all forget this even happened. I'm gonna try to sneak away and go to follow Haven. I probably saw him leave the room. So I'm gonna do my full action as a movement, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, you can just move. Yeah.
Boop, boop, boop. So straight to here.
Sure.
My movement's double, right? Okay.
Yep.
And I guess that's all I can do for now.
That would be it. All right. So you make your way across the room, and that takes us into the next round. Gunnin, you don't have the benefit of a distraction covering your actions this round. So if you want to try to disable any more devices, you'll have to do so surreptitiously using stealth or risk being spotted by the assassin.
Well, for now, I know of the next one because she marked it for me already, right?
Yeah, I am assuming that you guys in this are sharing information. Yep. So when you spot a bomb, we would say they would be revealed to everybody. So you know that there's one next to you, practically.
For now, then I actually will leave it be right now. I'll just look to at least figure out where the next one is.
Sure.
Even if I can't do anything about it just now.
Yep. All righty, make a perception check.
Yep. Let's see. That is going to be 22.
22. You spot another device. It looks like they are all concentrated around the stage. You locate a suspicious-looking package on the north end of the stage as well. That's 4 of the 5 located.
That's I go ahead and call that out.
Sure.
But I stay near the one that I'm next to. I don't actually move because I want to be able to handle this quickly, but at least I'm like, over there.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
And that is it.
Volterix.
I'm going to disable or disarm the one right in front of me.
All right, you will need to do that stealthily because, again, there's no benefit of distraction this round. So
I will maintain my stealth, which I got a 29.
All right, nobody's paying attention to you. You're looking very casual as you try to snip these wires. Now it's just a matter of getting the correct ones. Make an engineering check.
Oh.
Thanks for the confidence.
No, because I don't have it either.
I believe in you.
It's not terrible. Okay. 18.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
Wow. And then you had the instructions, the assembly instructions
from
Kazka, which gives you a +2 bonus to attending to disable this, bringing your total to a 20.
Okay.
And as you snip one of the yellow wires.
It's the yellow one, right?
I sure hope so.
The machine shuts down and is inert.
Yes.
I'll give the captain a nod. And do I still have my move action?
I believe it's a full action to disable one of the devices.
Okay.
So unfortunately, no. But that's 2 of 5 done.
Cool.
Where is... I'm trying to delete it, but it's not. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Move on from Volterix to Kazka's turn. So
All right.
far, everybody's managed to get some of the job done without arousing any suspicion. You know that there is still one missing explosive.
Oh,
2 of them have been disabled. But you also know that
me-
you don't have the benefit of a distraction this round.
Let me look around and see if I can see the last one.
Sure. Go ahead and make a perception check.
That was 15.
15. You are looking around and you don't spot anything else that looks like it could be an explosive.
Okay. Can I move on this turn as well? Can I move up to the one explosive?
Yeah, you
All
can
right.
move.
I'm going to move up to the one I found right here. Do you want me to roll stealth?
Sure. You don't want to be spotted.
15.
15. As you're moving, you like sort of trip over. Somebody had dropped one of the pieces of fruit that you had kicked.
Rolled
rolled
up.
Enemy.
and you like trip on it and catch yourself, and all of a sudden, like everybody's looking at you again.
I'm not used to wearing a dress. I'm sorry.
Again, Gunnan very much rotates. Like, didn't even notice. Like, he's looking the other way. Like, yes, where's that other
get it.
explosive?
As long as the captain should see.
Haven, you hear some sudden commotion coming from inside the audio-visual equipment booth, and you realize that one of your companion's activities might have been noticed. And as we pass into your turn, you have but a split second to see if you can distract whoever's in there.
Oh no.
And perhaps prevent horrible death.
Right. Okay.
Everyone that you
You
care
got
about.
this. You got this.
So Haven sees everything that's happening, and as the attention is slowly shifting toward Kazka, you can see Haven double over and just yell, "Gah!" and lets out this awful wail, trying to get everybody's attention, including the person behind this door.
All right.
And they start saying, "Who drank the blood? Oh no, who else drank the blood?" And you see as Haven's skeletal skin, the chitin, starts peeling away, revealing this blinding light from within, and Haven sort of hatches into this
What?
amazing glowing being. This, of course, is an ability that they have called the
just
Starlight
molt?
form.
That's, I just thought it was an extra pair of arms they were hiding.
You can transform yourself into a blazing starlight as a standard action. Your body sheds normal light in a 30-foot radius, and you gain the benefits of concealment as a 20% miss chance.
Wow.
Okay. Go ahead and make a bluff check.
Yeah.
But with all of this extra nonsense going on, give yourself an additional plus
Hell yeah.
4 bonus.
Yeah.
To
Okay.
bring everybody's attention to you.
Everyone drank that blood and now they're worried about it.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, people are like freaking out. You can see Zoe is like frantically directing the media drones to get you on camera as you start glowing and shedding parts of your chitin, and you're like rolling around on the ground now. You've certainly caught everybody's attention. Yep, you did it. That is a success. Everybody's gonna get the benefits of that of Haven's distraction for the next round as we move on to Maple's turn.
Wow, what a show.
Right?
Goodness gracious. I can't even make it. I'm trying to like make it over there. It's so far away. I guess I have to keep moving. I'm gonna go here. Boop, ba-doop. That's all I can do. How'd you get over there so fast?
If only you could teleport.
You know
If only
what?
you could teleport.
From there, are you able to look for any other bombs?
Sure. I mean, did we find
There was one
I think
missing.
you
Right,
would have
right.
had to double move to get there, though.
Oh,
instead of
right.
avenue actions.
That's fine. I made blood. I'm done.
Yeah.
Gunnan, it is your turn. You know the location of 2 more devices. You know there's one that's still hidden, and you know that everybody is like everybody is just watching as Haven appears to die and or transcend his mortal form in front of everyone.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Still, I really did think it was just an extra pair of arms, not that. All right. That is a natural 20.
Yeah.
Deactivate my bombs, so that's a
Alright.
28 total.
So yeah, you managed to very easily cut through the right wires, disconnect the power source, and another bomb down. Only one that you know of and one that you don't know of to go. You may yet survive this. And we move to Volterix's turn.
Perception check. I want to find that last bomb.
All right, perceive away.
All right. Jeez, let's see. 17 plus 23.
23 is going to get you the benefit of knowing that there is a bomb right beneath the audio-visual booth.
Cool. I move up to it.
Bang.
All right, you make your way right there, not having to worry about anybody paying attention to you because Haven has all eyes on him.
Them.
Or them. Gosh, I always forget that.
All good.
Bad job.
I can't move my guy, just so you know.
You can't. That's a tragedy.
What happened?
I'll move you.
Thanks.
I had to delete your token because I was. It doesn't matter, but I deleted it and re-put it there. So now you're good. You should be able to move around as you please. Cool. It is Kazka's turn.
I don't want to go. It's going to cause a distraction.
I believe in you.
Yeah, they're all distracted.
Speech. Make a speech.
No.
Please.
I don't think I can. I'm going to try and disable the other one.
All right, you have to move. There are 2 of them that you know about. There's one on the north end of the stage.
The
You
north
step
one.
up to it and start your engineering check.
I don't have engineering, but we'll see.
At all?
No. 11,
Oh.
12, 13.
13. You are nervously trying to disconnect wires and you don't even know what you're looking at. You have the assembly instructions. So you're like, okay, I think I know what I'm doing. But you're just so nervous and shaking and you don't set off the explosive, but it is certainly blinking angrily at the end of your efforts.
Okay. I look at the captain. He's right there. I'm like, help.
And it is Haven's turn.
Yeah.
You can keep going with your light show, or you can make a miraculous recovery and do other things while people go about their business.
Well, I can only have it up for 3 minutes, so I'm going to linger in the starlight form. If you were to look closer, you can see that there's actually a long flowing hair and this gorgeous being, angelic being that is totally different than the physical form of Haven. And they're gonna look over to the door that is blocking into the AV room. Is there any crack underneath the door, or is it sort of sealed?
It looks pretty sturdy and heavy. There's no real way to peek in there without opening it.
Got it. Well, Haven's gonna open the door.
Right. You open the door. No, don't hide the area. Reveal the area. When I say reveal. There we go. There's the proper thing. Inside the room is a familiar-looking woman. The woman with the curly hair that you recall seeing so many images of on the computer in the engineering bay. She is working some of the equipment. As soon as the door opens, she looks over at you. The staff only, I'm sorry.
And there's this voice that comes out of Haven's star form that is different. It's soothing. and it has a more feminine tone, and they just say, "I have an audio-visual problem."
Make a bluff check to see if you can keep her engaged with you and non-suspicious.
Ooh, 16.
16. You say, "I have an audio-visual problem," and she kind of looks at you weird. But that was your turn. So we
It's
move on
just
to
a
Maple's
distraction.
It's Maple's turn. Maple, you can see that Haven has the door open and is talking to someone in the audiovisual booth. What do you do?
Is the audio-visual problem with his body? I'm gonna move just around the corner so that she can, so that the curly whatever it won't not where I want so that they cannot see me, whoever's in that room.
Okay.
I probably think that it's the curly-haired person because that's who we're looking for. And I if I do something and I don't know what to do because I want to wait to see what she does first.
Okay.
Can I hold action for that person? Or...
You could ready an action at this point, but you can't really delay because you've already started your turn. So if you want to ready an action, you can have like a trigger and tell me what you want to do, but you can't actually just delay the rest of your turn.
Got it. I will whenever if she seems to either become aggressive, I guess, or attack or say something about the word bomb, and I will cast hold on. I ran out of spells, but then I will I'm gonna take out my gun and prepare that.
Okay. Sure. You just grab your gun, hiding around the corner while Haven tries to keep this lady distracted. We're at the top of the next round. Gunnin, all of the explosives have been found, but not all of them have been disabled. And there is no benefit of distraction for you this round. So if you want to disable anything, you're going to have to do it surreptitiously or risk getting spotted.
I move over towards my drow associate here, who seems to be having a rough night. And I ease up. It's true, which I didn't see. You know, who knows? That could have been anybody that knocked all this stuff over. Yeah, so much so when I walk up to her, I'm like, I wonder who knocked over all of this fruit. It could have been anyone. I'm going to help give you a little bit of cover. Do you think you can handle this if you take another shot at it?
I can try, Captain. Anything for you.
I believe in you. And then I look up towards where Haven is, right? And I just say, Zoe, that curly-haired woman, do you know who that is? That is the lost princess of the Scoured Stars. I can't believe that she's here. Get her on camera right now. And I'm going to blow everything. So that's 25. That is a 37 to get everybody to look at her.
As you are making wild announcements and proclamations, now everybody is focused firmly on you. And you are certainly providing cover. You have no idea whether people believe or even understand what the heck you're about. But they were at the very least paying attention to you, and that is all you needed them to do.
That's a bluff of 37. I should have been able to fix their underwear off of them.
It's a very high number.
Yeah, all four arms out and pointing at that curly-haired woman. Yeah.
Volterix, it is your turn next, and you know that Gunnin's got the floor, so you can do what you want without fear of being noticed.
I'm going to hopefully take care of this bomb in front of me. Ooh. And that's going to be a 21.
Yay!
21 does it. You managed to disconnect all the right wires, and soon this bomb is inert. There's only one dangerous explosive device left.
Can I move or no?
No, it'd be a full action to disable the thing. So that will take us to the curly-haired woman's turn, who for the first time has an action on the board that we notice and can see because she's looking at Haven, who has opened the door and who has attempted to engage her in conversation that she does not appear to be particularly interested in having. And you see she just sort of raises her hand in a gesture you almost think you recognize before there is sort of a weird, almost falling sensation, Haven, and I need you to make a will save.
Don't you spellcast at me.
I will spellcast at you.
A 10.
No.
You feel there's this moment of falling, and then it passes very quickly. It's almost like when you're about to fall asleep and you just jolted awake. And your dearest friend, your most trusted companion in front of you, this curly-haired woman who you think the world of, is standing there, and she asks you, "Hey, could you just shut the door? And I have a lot of work to do, but we can talk later." And you feel like, obviously, why would you want to disturb she's your best friend.
I'll shut the door.
Absolutely, and talk to her later because she is so cool. And you just want to make her happy.
Makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. And that is her action. So Kazka, you're up next.
Okay, everyone wish me luck. Here we go. I'm gonna disable it. Okay. What do I brain fart? What do I add to disable it?
Engineering, and then an additional +2 bonus because you have the assembly instructions.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Sorry.
I believe in you.
There it is, everybody.
Is there a mechanic for re-rolling by spending a resolve point or no?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go.
Is there a take 10 mechanic or anything like that?
Not 4.
Not for this, but there is, but you can't use it to disable the bomb.
Yeah.
Especially after you've already rolled, and I would love to hear what the result was. I feel like it's going to be very exciting.
14.
14. Oh, I thought we were going to stop before we got to the teen part. Once again, you are unable to get this bomb disabled, but it does not blow up in your face.
I can't do anything right.
You're doing an admirable job.
I just stare down Volterix, and I'm like, just do it. I can't do anything.
Haven, your very best friend, has asked you to shut the door and leave her to her work. What do you do?
I definitely courteously shut the door.
Okay.
And just turn to look at Maple. And in that resonating feminine voice just says, "What was I doing again?" And it's very ethereal.
As a free action, I slap Haven. Idiot. Clearly she used charm person.
Oh.
Your best friend would never do that to
She
you.
wouldn't.
It sounds
I don't know
ludicrous.
Whatever. See them.
Maple, it's your turn. You watch as Haven just he gets this weird little smile's not the right word because he doesn't have lips. But he looks very happy, and he just shuts the door and turns to you, and he seems very confused.
I grab the door, I slam it open, and I cast charm person because I realize I get that as a Decimar ability 3 times a day. I forgot. This whole time I've been using charm person.
All right.
We've got ourselves a charm off.
We do, certainly.
Got a charm off, everybody. You fling the door open, stepping into the doorway, and unleash a spell of your own. I have to look something up.
Says
while you're doing this, so go ahead and I need to roll a will save.
Oh yes, will negates.
Yeah, I remember.
Will save.
Do you though?
I guess not.
You feel like something pushing back as you try to enter her mind. And you realize that this lady, she's quite resistant to mind affecting effects, but not immune to them. And shockingly enough, I rolled a 2.
Yeah!
Which brings my total to a 12.
Whoa.
What?
What did she need to beat?
Yeah, what is
Your
spell
spell.
DC?
What is the DC for your ability?
14.
Yeah,
14.
you got
It's
it.
a failure.
Yeah.
The way you
So-
described it, I was confused.
I know. I can tell. So with a 12, she fails. So as you slam the door open and storm into the room, she looks almost like she's about to just leap at you in a panic. Then her eyes go a little dull, and she stops herself. And she says, "Oh, hello, it's you."
Oh my god, your hair is so nice. Can I braid it? And I start braiding her hair, and that's what we're doing.
We're braiding hair now. You can tell that this spell seems to have taken effect, and she seems to trust you. So now we have like a triangle of false trust
Yay!
between Aiden
A triangle falls.
and the lady, and the lady and Maple.
Yeah.
Gunnin, you are up next.
I try and assist my friend with this bomb here.
Get this thing disabled.
Will 24 do it?
Oh my god.
24 will do it.
Yeah.
I'd look down at it and I say, "Oh, Casca, no, thank you. I would not have been able to get this panel off and it reaches so effectively without you." And then,
Oh.
Yep.
You
Thanks,
loosened it.
Captain.
yeah, you loosened it.
You managed to get the loosened explosive into an inert state, and now you know that all 5 of the devices are accounted for and disabled,
Yay.
leaving you free to deal with the charmed assassin at your leisure.
Yes. Now she's our
Yeah.
Volterix,
And we get a chance to take someone alive.
Yes.
Volterix, you get the go-ahead. You know that it's safe now to openly act against the assassin, who should be up in the audio-visual booth if your friend's positioning is anything to judge by. What do you do?
Is
I
it
do
open?
radio.
Oh, sorry.
I do radio over the comms to take her alive.
Is it open? Can I fly straight up and land right on the ledge
No,
there?
there's like a bay window sort of thing. It's not open. The only access, there is a door on the north side that's closed, and there's a door on the south side that Maple just burst through that is open.
All right. So you telling me I'm gonna have to go all the way there?
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Oh,
Nice.
it's so far
It
away.
is quite
But if I double move, I can get 120 feet, so I can make it in there. Great.
wow.
Your base speed is not 60 feet.
Yes, it is. Oh no, it's not. It's 30. Sorry. Dang it! Oh, so
That's
close.
what
Very
I
fast.
did too, because I
You
got
could.
Just let me
Right.
have like 10 extra feet of space so I could do my cool thing
I
jam.
know. Just let you. You can get right up next to Haven with your full movement if you move in the most direct route.
Fine.
It is now this woman's turn who believes that she is Maple's very dearest friend. And she says, "Oh, hello. I do have a lot of work to do, but I guess you could stick around if you wanted to. Why don't you come in? This is actually kind of exciting that you're here. You get to watch. I think the first seeker is going to take her position on the stage soon, and well, you'll see. Come on, come in."
I do want to say that when I cast that spell, afterwards I would have. Listen, I was braiding her hair, and that still stands. I'm still braiding it as she's
Yeah.
talking.
Well, no.
Why not?
Because
No? Okay.
you had to open the door.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
So that's a
Like to the-
move action, and then you cast the spells as standard
Fine.
action. You can't be braiding her hair just yet. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thought is out
Casca,
there.
it's your turn. And there are no
Um,
bombs to thwart your efforts anymore.
She's going to she's really upset 'cause she can't do anything right, but she's going to go towards the other door.
That makes sense to me. If you get all the way there in the most direct route, you could even throw it open if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll throw it open, and she's just gonna look really upset, like she's gonna cry because she can't do anything right tonight.
You throw the door open, and this curly-haired woman suddenly looks over to you and says, "Hey, wait, no, that's I don't know you. This is I need you all to leave." And she looks to you, Maple, and she's like, "Can you get them to leave? I don't know who these people. Who are these people? Like this. You're in my time." She seems to be getting more and more agitated by the presence of your other friends. But we now move to Haven's turn.
Oh. Haven is actually going to revert back to their original form. And so they just sort of yeah, they can sense that the tension is mounting, and the last thing, even though the bombs are disabled, I guess there's not really a threat anymore.
Well, there might be a threat because it looks like Kazka is upset, and she is looking with dagger eyes at your very best friend.
Sure.
And you're not sure what her intentions are, but they're probably not good.
I must protect my best friend. Haven's gonna move in and take a ready stance as far as they can get up there in a protective motion.
Yep. You provide cover for your very best friend, who is looking at Maple with confusion and looking warily at Kazka. We move to Maple's turn.
Okay. I am going to move into the room. Boop, 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 right next to her. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and, if I need to, cast Charm Person again. Does it do anything? There's any point in doing that?
So no, you know that she's currently under the effects of Charm Person, but what that does is it makes her trust and like you. That doesn't extend to anybody else who might pose a threat to her. So she's still she still will act as normal in regards to other people, unless you can convince her that no, they're friends too, but that could be very tricky. But she is likely to listen to you, so you could take other actions, but another casting of Charm Person would not further help.
Instead, I'm gonna roll a bluff, I think, and do.
Sure.
I would basically. I just wanted to convince her that she would look amazing with braided hair, so that she turns around, further back towards me, and I can what's the word? Grapple her.
You want to make go ahead and make a bluff check and see if you can distract her.
Oh my gosh. That is a 16. Is that anything?
16, yeah. Well, under her current condition, because she is charmed and she has a very positive attitude towards you, she seems to be torn. She seems like, on one hand, ready to bolt because she sees that there are more people and something is wrong, but then you're sort of soothing her, and she doesn't know what to do, and she seems very torn about her actions, and you've definitely created another distraction.
But does she turn around?
Sure. I mean, there's no facing in Starfinder, so mechanically facing doesn't matter, but yeah, she should turn around.
Is this two actions to try to just try to apprehend her, or am I done?
Well, you moved up to her, and then the bluff check would have been another action.
So then I'm just I just telepathically go, if you're gonna move, do it real slow, because she thinks we're all cool here. Kazka.
Gunnin. We move to the top of the next round, and it is your action. What are you gonna do?
I'm heading that way, but I'm very much going to radio Radazam that it is a reptoid agent that my team has cornered. We're attempting to take it alive.
He says, great. I'll keep the obsidian spiders on standby, but this needs to be your takedown. Get it done.
In progress. And I get as close as I can.
Alrighty.
Can I see her?
Let's see if I can get you a spot that would get you to see her. If you move towards Kazka with a full move, you could get into the room and you'd be able to see her. But from where you are, you can't see her.
I will do that. Does it take an action for me to radio in, or is it?
No, I mean, you're just talking at that point. That's free.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit her with the feint though, like to leave her flat-footed.
Okay. You step into the room.
I'm just like, sort of like hold my hands up, but throw her off. So.
Yeah, the sudden appearance of a new four-armed figure certainly seems to do the trick. What is your bluff check to feint?
It's gonna be a 25.
Ooh,
25.
Yep.
Let me check one thing, because this lady is
Actually, hold on. Wait, it's not 25. Hold on a second. Wait. Anytime. It's 29. Sorry.
29. Okay. That will be a success. You can tell that she's a little more savvy than some of your other competitors, and you might not be able to trick her as easily as you have all the other creatures you come against. But with a 29, that will be enough.
I'm a much better liar than she's accustomed to.
Caught flat-footed by the sudden appearance of someone else. Volterix, you're there.
I'm there.
You have the thing.
I'm excited. I would like to fly right on up in there in her face, and I would like to do like a flying tackle. I want to grapple her.
You want to flying tackle grapple.
Sweet.
Yes.
You need to make an athletics check or an attack roll against her KAC.
Copy that. Where did my D20 go?
and she's flat-footed and distracted.
She is flat-footed, so that will apply to this.
There it is. What am I adding to this? I'm so sorry.
I believe it's an unarmed attack or a melee. Just make a melee attack.
Okay. Ooh, okay. 22.
22. You rush in. You try to grab this woman with the curly hair. And even though she is caught off guard, she is able to very quickly react. You can tell that she has quite a bit of training on her side. And all of that takes over as she shrugs you off, and you all watch as her face actually shimmers just a little bit, and you can see that she is no human at all. As you had already suspected, she is none other than a horrible, well, not horrible, but a scaly reptoid creature.
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
Can I still use my swift action?
What is your swift action?
I would like to use my quick release sheath to pop out my static arc pistol and point it right at her. And I want to tell her, I want to say, we've disabled your bombs. We know your plan. Just give up now so we don't have to hurt you.
You want to make it? Well, no, you don't really have any more actions left because you run in there and then you did the thing. It is now her turn, and she is going to try to run. She's got nothing else left. She is
Does
going
it have
to
get past all of us to try and do that?
She will try to have to do that. I understand that it is very difficult to do, but she is at the very least going to run up to... I'll tell you what she's going to do then. She's going to run right up next to Gunnin, and realizing that she couldn't probably get past Kazka and him, she's just going to try and stab him with a knife.
Oh.
My one weakness.
My
Fiddly Spooge.
The knife sticks out. She hits a KAC of 16.
I'm pretty sure that's enough, but let me just double check.
You got that?
I got my new armor. Nope, my AC is 15, so that is enough.
So she slashes at you as she moves. You take 5 points of slashing damage as she tries to cut. But that's all she's going to be able to do. The jig is up. Kazka, it is your turn.
Seeing this just makes her eyes glow even more white, like really white. And she's going to push the captain aside and try and stab her.
Ooh. Stab away.
She's pissed. Oh my god! Nope, 7, 8, 9, 10. You die.
You lash out with the blade, but you're sort of caught in the doorway, and the captain's in the way, and you're not able to quite get a good strike. She very quickly ducks back out of your reach and is unaffected. Haven, it is your turn. Your very, very, very best friend just tried to cut the captain.
Oh no!
Which doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. Why would she do that?
Well,
and you realize that it's because she's not your friend at all. She is, in fact, an assassin. You were sent to stop. How could you have been so foolish? What do you do?
It's all coming back to me. Haven will take a stance then, and you see this small light appear in their hand as it sort of flicks out, and they cast Daze.
Daze.
Yeah.
So all right, I will make a save.
Yes.
And roll a natural 1, failing the save automatically, regardless of my bonuses. Stunned for a round, I believe, on Dazed.
Dazed.
No action, so you know that you've bought just a few precious seconds.
Talking's a free action, right?
Yeah. Talking is a free action, which
I just say,
go ahead.
Bind her hands.
Maple, it is your turn.
I begrudgingly rip some of my cape up to make rope, and I bind her hands. Do I need to roll for this thing?
Do we have like cuffs or something? It's kind of like a standard like adventurer's pack thing, or is that a thing?
They are a thing, but they are things that you would have purchased. So you probably don't have standard cuffs. But at this point, she has no ability to. She's stunned by the daze, the intrusion from Haven. You surround her and grab her. There's a commotion that draws everyone's attention. Within seconds, you're also all surrounded by obsidian spiders who do have cuffs as part of their standard kit as security officers. And
could I do one more thing as they're running in?
Sure. What do you want to
do? Bluff. I got what's 19 plus 12? That's a 31, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I turn back towards the room and I just said, "What's the name of the first scout?" I apologize, or what's her title at least?
Oh, the first seeker.
First seeker.
I
turn back towards the room and I say, "First seeker, Casca has risked her life to take down this assassin. She has saved me. I was grievously injured. You owe your life to her." And I get a 31 as they're parading this woman out doing the perp walk.
Everybody is all eyes are on Casca now.
Oh, please. Too many eyes.
People are clapping and cheering as
you hear murmuring in the crowd, and someone's like, "The fruit girl?"
I don't understand that reference.
The assassin is taken out of the room. The commotion dies down, and seizing on the sort of buzz and excitement in the air, the first seeker decides that now is the moment to take the stage and make her announcement. Now that things are safe, but people are still excited in the moment. As you all all eyes are drawn to her, and she begins to speak. She says, "I had planned for this evening's announcement to be quite an exciting one, but I'll admit this is not what I had in mind. Now I find my resolve only further galvanized after the attempt on my life. As many of you know, the First Seeker has the privilege and responsibility for choosing the direction of the Starfinder Society's research efforts. I have refrained from setting such a direction while we regroup and rebuild, an undertaking which all of you here have made possible. Also, the fact that guidance has not yet chosen to formalize my election is another matter, but not one the Society can risk dwelling on. Now that the Society is again in a position to reach for the stars, I am pleased to formally announce the focus of our efforts during my tenure. Thanks to the tireless research of my associate Royo, we have identified a lead on understanding the Scoured Stars incident, a lead that may be the key to breaking through the barrier that stands between us and our lost comrades. It is therefore my pleasure to announce that the Society's efforts will bend toward reaching once again into the Scoured Stars, but this time warned of the dangers that this mysterious system contains, but also armed with a resolve to find the missing Starfinders and bring them home. It is clear for us all to see that our agents are up to this momentous task." She indicates the group of you as she speaks, and the crowd of onlookers breaks into applause. As you are met with confident smiles and adulation from all around, you see the Alibrian Zoe on a handheld communicator. And even over the din, you can hear his end of the conversation. I want the media rights for the society, streaming, audio, video, exclusive interviews, merchandise, get everything. These kids are going to be stars. And that is where we'll end our tale for the evening. Episode 2 of the Scoured Stars over. But we've got many more exciting adventures to come. Thank you all for sticking with us. I know we ran late tonight. It was a lot of fun. I didn't want to move through any of the amazing role play that we had. It was just too much fun. It was too entertaining to interrupt. So thanks to all of you out there who stuck us through it. And I hope you guys had as good a time as we did playing through it. We will be back next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific. And it will be time for our 3rd episode of Scoured Stars.
Yay.
We will see you all then. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night, guys. Thank you.